Good morning, everyone. Let's, well, yeah, let's fucking go. Next resistance to the upside, 138.61. Next major resistance to the upside, let's see, like 148. There's a little bit at like 142, 140. I'm not sure how strong it is though. Like this 140, 150. It's kind of short term. We have a bunch of tests on it. Like it's acted as a rejection point, but on very low volume. So I think if any significant volume, and it won't really present much of a resistance. There is a absolute shitload of Nave Gex today. Like 200 and something $1 million worth, or like 1.5 million shares at Friday's closing price. Let's make some unrealized gains today. Trimmed beard? No. I ended up in the sun yesterday, so I'm gonna be changing skin color soon. I don't know when. It happens rapidly though. I didn't mean to, but it happened. Yeah. We may run out of the gate. I worry that we will, and that'll provoke immediate covering from the ETFs and any futures obligations that may have closed on Friday. If the price is running up, obviously they want to cover before it's higher, right? No, it wasn't at the Jersey Shore. 600K FTDs today? No. Bullshit. Bar charts like FTD counters fucked. That's not correct. I met some FINRA people at a conference last week in Vegas. They were amazed someone knew what they do. Dude, they don't even know what they do. In the like 10 or 12 phone calls I've made to FINRA, I have yet to find a person who is, fluent in FINRA settlement procedures. Are you gonna add to your position this morning? Maybe. July 15 options cover everything. Everything short of MOASS. Bruce is telling people to rate in the money weekly CCs. I mean, I don't know about weekly, but at the top, it's probably not terrible. If you can time the top, although I'm not sure Bruce's audience is going to be capable of that. You can write cover like in the money cover calls from like a value perspective as like a long-term holder, because you know when the stock's overvalued versus, when it's undervalued. I don't know about weeklies. I don't understand why you would choose weeklies if you were doing that. You'd want to sell as much theta as possible. Can't say I fully agree with that strategy, but there's some advantage to it. It's not the worst. It's very stodgy. Would it be wise to sell the in the money call I got cheap last week and move to July? If you can, yeah, more time's great. Or just take your profits when it runs. It doesn't matter. You don't want to buy into weeklies now because they could cover later into the week, and that presents a lot of risk, if you're buying out of the money. In the money is not so dangerous. %53, Dansome Lermer. Ding ding. Selling in the money CC is a very boomer institutional investor type. Sort of, yeah. Like you don't have confidence. You sell in the money CCs when you don't have confidence that the near term price improvement is sustainable. So like if you own stock in a company and they drop some like big news and the stock runs up $15, right? But like the new, because you understand the company you're invested in, that isn't going to last, then you would consider selling in the money covered calls, for some period of time after the, hype dies down and the price normalizes. Your covered call will then be out of the money is the bet you're making. And then if it's not, you're selling your in the money covered call at a price you'd be willing to sell your shares anyway. Plus premium, of course. Waiting for the dip today. Sure. What kind of volume would you consider OPEX buying? Like 5+ million volume days? Yeah, absolutely, Bangum. We're bolometer. No, we're not going to do that. It confuses people. Hoping for the dip today. It'd be nice. I'd love to see the price stabilize. I'm just worried that if the market maker covers GEX early, that's going to prompt other buyers to dive in while the price is low. Can we have Thursday's options prices back? No, that's not how that works. Do you prefer we just kind of chop below 140 today? Even at like 145, like if we can just, yeah. It'd be nice to have another low volume day before we see covering. That gives retail more opportunity to buy into calls. It'd be better. What was Gamma Max before March OPEX? I believe it was 148. You can check the daily DD from that day if you want. I definitely have it in there. It was either 148 or like 150. It moved up to 180, I think, at its peak. So roughly 20%. And then we exceeded that peak by about another 12%. Are your weeklies in the money, Robert? If you're in the money, you're not going to experience the same rate of decay as you will if you're out of the money. Yeah, BBBY is looking pretty solid. It's a nice open. See if GameStop follows suit after a little dip here. I'll use my birthday wish today to ask Lady VWAP to have us not run until tomorrow. Happy birthday, A user. She doesn't do requests. What are the chances Cat hits its low after GME hits its high? I don't know. Cat was kind of doing a little bit of a rebound today. We'll see. I mean, these prices on Caterpillar are very good, obviously, but you'll want some time. IWM negative beta. Ooh, interesting. Good opportunity. I think IWM is gonna have a nice little rally this week, Dork. Yeah, I see the IV spike. It's absolutely just an IV play. I don't think it's going to $500. Usually. Is this a rug pull? I wouldn't say. I would say not yet. No. This is just like morning volatility. Also, volume to the downside's dying off. We're inversing the active funds. This is just like a little bit of shorting. How dumb are weeklies? They're very risky. How can you tell IV spikes? I have options contracts that are open that are Vega sensitive. Gap fill? Yeah, maybe. A little bit of the pre-market gap here. LRC up 8%. Cool. I think the more notable thing there is LRC down like 300%. What's up with the Russell? All the others going up. We'll see. I think it'll bounce back. I'm waiting to buy in to. I'm probably gonna go long IWM towards like the mid half of this week. Um, just be patient. Market's only been open for fucking 10 minutes. Any chances down to 100 or 80? Expecting a check this week or next. It's not much, but I'll be able to hit double figures at last. Thanks. Probably not this week. Maybe in like 3 or 4 weeks. 3 weeks, I could see us moving back down into that range. I don't know how much of a distort it is. It already looks like they're kind of losing a little steam. Yeah. I was thinking of selling 20% of my shares to obtain more capital for the next run, or should I learn more about covered calls and use those shares to earn? I mean, long term, you can make more from covered calls than you can by selling on the short term. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. More IV, MOASS IV. Yes, baby. Did I sleep last night? No, not really. I was up till like 1 or 2 in the morning doing pickles picks and shit posting on the Discord. So, how significant is XRT getting on the threshold for this run? Do you think it was intentional? I don't know if it was so much intentional or they just couldn't keep it off threshold for very long. It could just be, that they got it off threshold 5 days ago and they couldn't maintain the low rate of fails, so it just went right back on. It can slip on and off. It's not like a big deal, but it does reset the thresholding process because it was off. So 13 days from the 17th, we could see some weird shit happen. It doesn't really affect OPEX, but it does affect FTDs. So it will affect our next like ETF FTD period. If today is relatively stable, will you look to buy more 722 calls? Maybe, yeah. Do you think JPow's talk with Congress tomorrow will have a significant impact on our price? I expect JPow's testimony to be kind of tight-lipped, almost to the point where, uh, you know, the sentiment surrounding the Fed may be that like they're being a little more dovish. He doesn't generally like to say a lot to politicians, so because they always want him to influence policy that he can't. Uh, they don't really understand the difference ever. Um, so yeah, if anything, I think it could misconstrue the Fed as being more dovish and could cause a little even more bullish momentum on this like bear rally that we might see this week. Do you think we diverge from the overall market? T+2 coming up, but historically market is down when JPOW testifies Tuesday, Wednesday due to political theater and inflation questions. We'll see. I don't know if JPOW's speech is really going to affect the like $3 trillion in short repositioning that occurred or that is going to occur after OPEX. You think we'll see those in the money exercises from the Philly exchange this week? It'd be interesting. Generally, OPEX generates enough volume that like CNS isn't such a concern. But if we aren't generating sufficient volume to clear FTDs, then yeah, we absolutely could. How long do they have to cover Knave Gex? T+2 plus the holiday deferral. So basically this entire week. If BBY runs, do you plan on exercising any of your calls? No, we'll just sell them. I have plenty of shares. Didn't really take long for Tesla to hit your pick peak. No, no, it didn't. It can keep running, by the way. Tesla, like, it can get rejected here, but it can run like beyond this back up to like the 720 resistance or 775. MMFTD is looking big today too. They're from a 5 million volume day. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's a significant number of fails. AMD absolutely tanking right now. Good. There's an opportunity to get in, right? This is interesting though. I wonder why. And they're really trying to maintain control over this. I think they don't want too many things breaking out at once. Any thoughts on DM? What do you mean DM? Check BBY going for another test of 7. Yeah, I mean, whatever BBBY does, it doesn't fucking matter unless it crosses $10, to be completely frank. What do you think will have the biggest volume if you'd have to take a guess? What day do I think will have the biggest volume? I have no idea. Whenever they decide to cover. Did you get the updated BBY options change? Those puts still exist in force or starting to close? I actually didn't even check that this morning. 1 second. Mm, no, about 20% of them closed out, but I think the put wall is still in place. I'd like to file a complaint. I had difficulty hearing you on my motorcycle whilst riding to the gym. When I'm ready to ride home, I'll need you to shout for the duration, much like you do. What? If you were to discover a Dan in your apartment. Thanks, a user. I'm not gonna shout while you drive home from the gym on your motorcycle, though. You think about Cat July 15 200C right now? I bought them on Friday. Um, I might buy more. Checks my $8 and $10 calls for August and Ace of this week. I mean, what's wrong with the move to $10? That would make me happy. More than 10? Well, then there will be extra hugs in the Discord later. That's fair. It's just like BBBY just doesn't have a lot of upside potential until it breaks 10. If it breaks 10, shit could get crazy. How low could you see us go in July? I don't know. They're already building up obligations for July 15th. That was a blue hat. Oh, okay. There it goes. I blew up a 7K sell wall at $7. Cool. I think 624 ATM was $100 last Friday. Now 160. Interesting. I think Ivy 624 at the money was 100 last Friday. No, it wasn't. It was like 130. It was already pretty high at the money last Friday. Like the Ivy 30. Ivy 30, especially on fucking weeklies, was very high. We haven't seen Ivy at the money sub 100% since early May, like May 2nd, May 3rd. VUP button? No. Any chance you can put BBBY on the screen somewhere? It is. It's right there. It's at 7:08. What do you need to watch? What are your calls at? $8? You got a ways to go. What do you think's RC's play is with his out of the money BBBY calls? Cheapest way to buy 100 shares. Are you gonna join the DGen BBBY weekly $7 gang? No. I have plenty of calls for BBBY. Put AMC on screen. $60 strike for Jan 2023. Will they hit this week? Probably not. Yeah, no problem, KJ. Glad to have you, man. I want to watch Bobby because it's Father's Day and Jimmy is Bobby's daddy. Okay, Father's Day was Sunday. Dork. Is OPEX or just active fund pressure? Could just be active fund pressure. Broke right through that like $40 resistance though. So that's good. Volume's picking up too. Bullish. No. This feels like OPEX. I hate it. So why? You don't use Bollinger Bands? Not very often, no. I'm now 101% up on my OPEX position. Let's fucking go. Look at you, Matt Kors. Finally making some money off of stocks. Bye-bye baby news? Is there? No. Right? Do you expect the peak price to likely be at the end of this week? It depends on when they start covering, but yeah, we could see the peak. We could see the first peak this week. And then depending on call buying, we may see another peak next week, slightly higher. Watching SST right now, about to break $10. Okay, interesting. That's that's not known to be on the same cycle, right? I mean, buying now is chasing. Is chasing bad? I don't know. It's better than chasing later. There was a very nice opportunity here. I don't know why nobody wanted to take advantage of that. I'm starting to think a firm is now with us. There's similarities. I've noticed a lot of stocks that seem to be picking up in the basket, like Docu. Docu seems to be starting to correlate very strongly. Um, a firm. There was something else too that popped up recently. I have to think about it. I can't remember. How high are we supposed to go? Well, Gamma Max is 160. So that's a nice start. Assume Gamma Max can move up, conservatively Gamma Max can move up 10%, and we can cross Gamma Max by 10%. So tack another 32 bucks on there, and you have a conservative peak. 140s in the money is significant. 150s in the money is very significant. Cow pump during Mayopex is up 4% today. Okay. I mean, everything's up today. So the question is, do they get a volumetric run or not? Definitely. Bros, yeah, there's some correlations with that, but I don't like that company very much. If it gets around 160 by end of day, is a better plan to hold until tomorrow to see what GM will be and readjust our strategy? What if it surpasses 160? I mean, yeah, the run can extend beyond gamma maximum. It's very likely to get rejected at gamma maximum on the initial test. And then that move up to gamma maximum causes more call buying, and then it can, continue to move up in the T+2 after that begins to be hedged. I bought about 27 August 150 calls this morning in that dip, up about 20% on them so far. Fuck yeah, dude. That's like a year's salary. Not bad. Why Sherwin-Williams inversing the market? Um, Generally when like tech and stuff run and like money's flowing back into um growth stocks, things like Sherwin-Williams, Cat, they underperform. You think we're coming down again today, or have I missed my shot? I think volume's still really low today. I don't think anybody missed their shot. Gex from last week likely covered by now? Not even fucking close. Nave Gex is like 1.6 million shares at Friday's closing price. And that would have to have been all our volume today, which definitely isn't the case. If we'd had a much more volatile volumetric open, then I would have said maybe, but this is not that. No idea who he is, Johnny. Um how much total volume are you looking for to confirm OPEX has been covered? I don't know, several million. It's, I put the fucking Nave Gex data in the daily DD. You could just go read that instead of asking me 500 times. Yeah, Gex is short for gamma exposure. I didn't say you can't make money off weeklies. I said they're risky. I enjoy the occasional weekly contract. Theoretically, if they drop Jamie down to 120, would that dodge Gex? Potentially, yeah. It would dodge some of it because it rebalances to the spot price, but I don't think that's going to be the case with the in the money call exercises. Nave Gex estimate roughly matches the net delta from Friday that dropped off as well. Nice. So translation is take profits and run when weeklies go green. I mean, when they go into the money, they become far safer. It's out of the money weeklies that present a high degree of risk, and that's because the theta decay on them is so rapid. If you just buy them in the money, that's not as big a deal. Am I Sam like JFresh now? Not even close, but congratulations on your super stonk ban. How serious are you taking Gaff's theory that Jamie is going to around 60 this year? That wasn't Gaff's theory, that was JFresh's theory, because that's where like long-term call buyers are pricing the stock based on the options chain. Gaff just thinks GME is worth $60. There's a difference. $40 to $60. So you think my 140 is perfectly placed this week? I mean, you're in the money, right? So your theta decay has now slowed down. As long as you remain in the money. July 15 200s got to 1K so fast. Yeah. They go up quick. What does it mean with such positive price action and such low volume? Does that imply a lot of buying, almost no selling? Lots of buy pressure being metered out very, very slowly in an effort to not jump the bid. So they're buying, but they're not buying fast. Any chance they try to cover early and rug us towards the end of the week? Sure. Be wary. Care to comment on the rumor that you, JFresh, and Gaff are all the same bot? We're a testament to BlackRock's programming skills. Machine learning at its finest. Being denied the bullometer can only be forgiven if you play the full bull song at 145. I'm not playing out at 145. I'll play my songs and add my icons to the screen as I see fit. Every time I refresh Fidelity, I'm up another 1K. Also, why doesn't Fidelity just auto-update? I mean, if you use Active Trader, it does. Do you ever worry that we're all chatbots? I just assume that you are. What trailing stop on calls would be the safest way to protect against a rug pull? I mean, you want to ensure that you're far enough out that, you know, you have protection against any volatility. Like you don't want to get your calls called away because like there's a volatility spike to the downside. I haven't really set any stops yet. I probably won't set any stops on the position until I reach my conservative price target nearer to gamma max. Yeah, I saw the JPMDD. Mauer's sometimes in the quant cord. Sometimes not. He worked with us a lot back when we were digging into like volatility swaps. Him and Zinco. Nowadays they're not around so much, but mostly in general. He's a cool guy, smart. And he's correct about the reposition. It's one of many repositions that are taking place, but it's a big one. Gamma maximum? What sign should we be aware of for Freg's Day 2.0? Hmm. Protect your downside. I mean, that's the only thing you can do with a rug pull that severe. Again, it still doesn't look like we're heading into a similar situation to November, but I mean that's the best way. You have profits right now, right? Protect them. That's how you handle not getting Freg's Dade. If everybody had taken profits in November instead of being greedy as shit, um, we all would have made a fuck ton of money. Everybody was up like 5, 6, 10x. What do you think about 175 cover call for 715? You gonna sell it now? That seems terrible. Yeah, that's just fucking awful, Mikas. Are you gonna sell it later? I have no idea. If we hit 220, why the fuck would you sell a 175? I mean, you could. It's risky, but you might get assigned. Like, that's awfully deep in the money. I'm a broke boy, but I just sold one call for plus 80%. Good luck with you guys still holding. Thanks, Rybrad. I hate buying calls at the peak. I want to buy GME calls, but I don't know when to enter. Well, last Thursday would have been fantastic. And last Wednesday. Today's not the worst. I mean, we're up, but we're not at Gamma Max yet. I wouldn't buy calls after Gamma Max. It gets a lot trickier then. BBBY is just over $7 right now. It's moving. Just tell us when we should buy your covered calls at the peak. My idea with the 175cc is to either make 4.5k on this run, or I just make 1.3k. All right. People too worried to buy in last week, also too worried to buy in now. That's fair. But no risk, no reward. There isn't a way where your money will be 100% safe and you're going to make ridiculous gains. Like, it's they don't go hand in hand. Would CSPs be the best option for Gamma Max? No. Why would you sell cash secure puts at Gamma Max? Are you gonna sell them in the money? Like a bullish bet? The volume looks fine. Pressure looks solid, which is more important. It feels good to be right, but I'm also an idiot who waited to get calls. Welcome to Turd. Welcome to understanding the cycles and not making money off of them. What did you look for to start selling CCs in March? Failure of our peak. I remember everyone giving me shit all day for selling covered calls in the March run. I didn't get assigned at all. Everyone was like, "Oh, Pickle's so worried about his covered calls." I was fine. Perfect. I mean, yeah, we want to look for a breakdown after we push through Gamma Max. Once the positive hedge breaks down, cover calls become a lot safer. Well, people are asking if this is the top. Look at the volume compared to other OPEC states. Seriously. Friday morning is the last possible day of settlement for uh, anything that expired last Friday. S Arch, thanks for becoming a billionaire, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
I think it's time.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades it is popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Why is the 15th of July so important? Thank you. But it's the next OPEC state. Tuned in to see how the hedgie's doing today. Winning. What did you make of the BlackRock telling folks that crypto is a solid investment? Sounds like they need someone to prop it up while they bail. I had 75K reserved for a run. Used 35K Friday. Weeklies at open. Close for 8K profit. Flipped to near the money 715. Still have 20K reserved for puts if rug pull stops and plays. Haunted by Freg's Day. Nice. That sounds well managed, at least, Daniel. Definitely better managed than most of the people in here, I would say. Sometimes you don't have a choice but to just be long, right? Not everyone has enough money to play both sides. It's funny how we get excited about Bobby being at 47 cents when it's still at about a quarter of its trading price from a month ago. Yeah, I'm not very excited about BBBY right now. If it continues to push up, then yeah, but right now it's kind of uninteresting. Why didn't you tell me to learn about options last year? I feel like I did. Out of the money options always have higher profit potential because they don't have any intrinsic value, or they have less intrinsic value. And as the price moves up, they gain intrinsic value on top of their extrinsic value. So profits are greater, but risk is much higher. You mentioned the cycle's entering a monthly pattern. How likely is this? It looks pretty likely so far. Oh, Gex. The problem is we're already up $8 today, Celtic. So Gex pressure is now building for the next T+2 already. Right? So the gamma imbalance compounds. That's why we continue to run after OPEX is covered. So, we went into today with like $250 million of notional gamma imbalance. And now we're up $9, right? So if they didn't cover any of Friday's GEX today, they now have roughly a similar amount of GEX to cover. Right? Because this is already in line with Friday's price improvement. So they still have T1 to cover this, but they now have T2 to cover this, right? So this is how it compounds throughout the OPEC cycle. Is because now, even more contracts have moved into the money, which increases their gamma imbalance. Do you think trading shares rather than options can still make you decent money in the long run? Sure. Uh, I don't particularly like trading GameStop shares, but yeah, I mean, you can. It's a lot. I don't know. I find it riskier. I'd rather just sell covered calls than sell shares. That way I get to maintain my long-term holdings. I don't have to worry about like short-term cap gains. Are you drinking scotch? Coffee? Yeah, I play spreads all the time, but I don't talk about them because of the margin requirements. Most people have cash accounts. Also, the risk. People don't know how to manage multi-leg options. But yeah, I use like vertical spreads and calendar spreads. Um, was it such a slow climb compared to other runs? Well, it's not a lot of covering, right? It's just, I mean, it is, but it's not a lot of it. It's covering just a small amount, and some of this is probably likely due to active fund pressure, right? And very little to do with actual covering of OPEX obligations. Will you start to sell CCs at GM or wait? I'll wait. Is it safe to leave and focus on work and come back when it hits 160? Please say yes. Safe? No. I don't know how much money you have involved. If you have options, you have to watch them. It's kind of the downside of options. IWM doing ups. Cool. You can't work for GameStop and sell covered calls. Yeah, most companies have like an anti-hedging policy. Usually if you're an insider, you can't sell covered calls because, well, first of all, your shares would have to be under your control and not like part of the employee program. Um, but yeah, generally speaking, insiders can't sell covered calls. They can't buy puts. Most major corporations work that way. It reduces risk of like insider trading. What sort of activity would have to happen for you to exit Gmail position altogether? High prices, low prices, no activity from a share recall. I mean, for me to sell my GameStop shares, I don't have any reason to. As long as IV remains high on GameStop, I can just sell covered calls forever. I like I have no reason to sell my shares. Eventually those shares will have a cost basis of nothing, which I'm okay with. All right, so I'm probably missed the boat. I guess I'm gonna have to fade the peak. I mean, it still doesn't look like we're getting a lot of volumetric covering yet, turd. You may have opportunity. Is it safe to leave all my life savings riding on some speculative pickles prediction about a dying brick and mortar? I don't know. It's up to you. Don't have to watch your options if your strategy is to always diamond hand to zero. Do you think the increase in price due to active fund pressure may make them cover sooner than planned? No, I don't think it's gonna like force their hand. Not initially, at least. I think if we start to see volumetric covering, that may force their hand. But it doesn't look like we're seeing a lot of gamma exposure covered today, right? Like we're very much in line with the improvement in price in the market. We're up, which creates additional gamma exposure, but you know, I don't think this looks like covering yet. Could you make an entire hedge fund which only trades GME? It would beat the market. Not that that's fucking hard to do this year. Historically, does GME usually hit gamma max during OPEX runs? It usually exceeds gamma max during OPEX runs. So whatever the starting gamma max is, that usually goes up. So, you know, like March, gamma max went from 150 to 180. GameStop price peaked at 200. Right? So we usually exceed gamma max to some degree, and gamma max increases during the course of a run. What's a covered call? There's a video on the other channel about it. Kaioshin. I did a whole video about it. You're essentially selling the right but not the obligation to buy 100 shares of stock you own at the chosen strike. Can you explain for learning purposes what active fund pressure is? Sure. GameStop is traded in multiple indexes. As those indexes rise, funds that track those indexes actively will buy stocks in the underlying basket, which can increase the price of those stocks as well. GameStop is, for most stocks, it's not very noticeable, but due to GameStop's illiquidity, buy pressure becomes very, very obvious, right? So if we're seeing the indexes that GameStop is traded in move up, that's going to cause buying of GameStop from those active funds, and that's the direct pressure we see from the market rising on GameStop. Still think they even have the possibility of dropping before covering. They could try. Yeah. Very interested to see what the borrow rate climbs to today. Because if they aren't going to cover today, I suspect they'll have to borrow. Theoretically, they don't have to start covering till Friday. That's correct. And with well-timed dark pool dumps, if they were to halt and to close on Friday, that could extend covering out to Monday morning. They did that in February of last year. It's rare and very hard to do, so I don't think we're going to see that happen, but the potential for it's there. Watching the stream from Australia in the middle of the night, all my calls are green. Thanks, dude. You're welcome, man. Congratulations. Dad, welcome to Dillionaire. I appreciate it, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind.
I can't remember the name of the other channel right now. School of Stock? That's what it is. Yeah. Right. I think so. We about to rip again? I don't know. We're getting a little support on the MA30. This could fail. When would you be concerned about them slamming the pricing if we see ouchie downs? And what signs will we see when actual OPEX covering begins? Maybe it has started. It could have started. Yeah. They could be covering a little bit now. But we're not seeing any like big volumetric moves. Like the volume today is super low, which we were hoping for. We were hoping to see low volume into Wednesday. We were talking about this yesterday in the members stream. Like it's really ideal if we have kind of a low volume today, and then all that exposure is compounded into the last 3 days of the week, because that will improve the performance next week. Like we could have a seriously good run if the exposure is compounded into just a couple days. $180C for next week. Bad idea to pick up on a dip. I mean, it's risky. You're $20 above Gamma Max. You're $30 out of the money, $40 out of the money. So, I mean, it's not safe if that's what you're asking me. From a like technical standpoint, that's a terrible options contract. Can it print? Maybe. But I would say it's definitely not guaranteed. In March, did you sell CCs at the 150 peak and watch them, or did you follow Gamma Max up to 200 and start? I sold CCs at Gamma Max, and then I sold more at like 158 in the money on the way down. You explained your bullish announcements on the Discord last night. Oh, I was just looking at the technicals on GameStop. Um, you know, utilization in dark pools has been increasing since May 31st. We were bouncing on the upper line of this trend and moving towards a breakout, which is looking even better now. Like if we look here, like we're really looking like we're gonna break out. But see how we bounced on the upper, like the upper trend here. After we moved up, we bounced higher, and then we bounced higher again. This is like a very good technical signal. MACD is diverging from positive consolidation above the 0 line, which is really bullish. Oh, and our Stotch RSI had a KD crossover before the oversold point, which is very, very rare on GameStop. Usually our KD crossovers come like on very low volume at a low point, like sub 20, usually around like 14, 15. So to cross over at like 29 is like a hard shift in trend. So, the technicals look really good, but they always kind of look good for OPEX. Usually they don't look so good going into OPEX, but more once OPEX begins. And Mars, did you sell CCs at the 150 peak? Oh, yeah, I answered that. Yeah, Fidelity hasn't had any shares to borrow for a few days, I think. IBKR had some this morning. What JFresh meant by put blanket? On what? On BBBY? Exactly that. Imagine a big heavy blanket of puts being laid over the price action in order to suppress it. How did you forget the name of your YouTube channel? I don't know. We kind of stagnate during the day for them to flush out calls. Volume seems to have fallen off. Well, a little bit. I think we'll stagnate today. They don't have to cover today, right? So why would they? I've gotten lucky on some cycles and destroyed on others, but this time I'm finally positioned well. I have a legit plan. I've spread my risk and left some cash to play the downside. Thanks to you and the team for your efforts, especially Dayfresh for being so active on Discord. No problem, dude. I'll relay that to him if he doesn't hear it. Thank you, Matt Squatch. 145C weeklies are starting to look juicy. Fubar, thank you for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I missed one. Oh, I did. Oh, and Alp Y. Thanks for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. For you guys to become Dillionaires, to access the private Discord, just link your YouTube and your Discord accounts, or DM me if you can't figure it out, and I'll help you out after the stream. I don't have any bagels. I could order one, but that sounds gross. It's gonna bog me down. I don't want to eat today. At least not right now. This week's pressure should spill into next week. That's how OPEX works. Did I make a video on this like last week? There's a clip last week that discusses like how OPEX and Gamma Max work and the need for the market maker to break Gamma Max. How far do you think we might run during this settlement period? It's hard to say right now. I mean, I expect our ceiling to always be, conservatively, to always be gamma maximum. We can exceed gamma maximum, but not by much. Once we actually cross gamma max, which is likely already higher than it was when the market opened this morning. So like gamma max is, here at 160. But due to call buying today is probably already increased, right? And we won't know until OI updates tomorrow. But gamma max is essentially the point in the chain where the market maker is no longer hedging to the upside. And so after we cross gamma max, whatever it rises to, the market maker hedge begins to break down. I can't remember the name of that clip. Let me take a look. Maybe I can find it. Was it like this one? I think it might have been this one. There. What percentage usually set stop limits? Just got stopped out of a couple calls quicker than I thought. I usually don't set them until we've reached my price target. Especially with IV being high, remember that when price action stagnates, IV is going to drop, and that can fuck up your, especially if you're using percentage based stop losses, that can fuck up your percentages. Says we have more run to go. I think we have a lull and dark pool dumps around this time of day. Yeah, we usually do. Usually till the mid to late afternoon, dork. Please drop it into my limit order for the love of God. Otherwise, I'm going full gav. Any action from Philly or interesting OI yet? I mean, lots of retail calls coming in. Lots of weeklies being bought. Philly doesn't look super spicy. Let me check something else here. Yeah, Philly's kind of dead right now. 1.6 million notional call orders and 200,000 in put orders. So yeah, Philly's not too spicy today. Most of the volume coming off of Arca. Super Hot Kitty, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. You know what to do. I appreciate it, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 5.
How do you know once OPEX is beginning? More volume. Big candles. Not this middling bullshit. Do you think the diversion of our usual technicals for OPEX might signal a change in the behavior of stock in the future cycles, not including this one? I think it has to do more with the compounding effect of having multiple OPEXs one after another. Meaning that we're launching from a higher floor, right? Because there's less time in between to drop the price and volatility. How can someone short an XYZ $60 call? Oh, short an options contract means to sell it. So when you're long a call, you're buying it. When you're short a call, you're selling it. Docu CEO is out. Ooh. That's fucking spicy. Looks like retail might be buying Theta finally. Lots of volume for July 15, a good strike, some weeklies too. That's solid. Spy 520 end of year. I love how your estimates got up, Bipolar Bear. I think the pickle with the stick is blocking our move to the upside. What? If a higher peak next week, what percentage of your position will you hold through the weekend? Oh, probably very little. The second peak generally doesn't have as much volatility as the first one. How do you calculate GM? I think JFresh covers it in his posts, Jamie. Otherwise, figure it out yourself. Where's my Gregorian chant? Oh, you want the chant? Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. What is the OPEC settlement period this week? It's the entire week because of FINRA holiday deferrals. So normally OPEC settlement is T+2, but FINRA grants 1 day for the holiday and 1 day of deferral. So you end up with T+4 from last Friday, which means Friday at market open. This Friday at market open. All settlement orders must be placed. The Friday the 24th is the final day. How much did the OI on XRT drop? 53%. No one reads the daily DD, huh? It's in the first fucking paragraph. Let's pretend this run is 180 to 200 before turning around. What do you think we may be looking at for downside, price target, and stabilization after OFX before, say, July 15th? I mean, they'll just try to get it down as much as they feasibly can. Maybe back down to the bottom of, like, the weighted VWAP. 126.70 still presents a very strong floor. I still have flashbacks to Freg's Day when you talk about OPEX and volume, right? But we still didn't see the correct amount of volume in November. We weren't wrong. It was just that we never got it, right? How dare you speak of Stefan in such a way? It wasn't me, it was that other guy. Remember that time Roaring Kitty said ban Moonwind and you timed Moonwind out and the price went up? Yeah, but I don't see Moonwind. Where is he? Oh, here he is. Well, if Roaring Kitty tells me to ban him again, we'll see what happens. Hit us with the immediate pre-Fregs Day Dillionaires for re-up in the vibe. In the reality, it is T plus 365. Ban Moonwind. All right, Roaring Kitty. Where is he? I'm gonna find you, Moon. No worries, Brasco. Before I go back to work, what's the next resistance on the SPY? Dead cat bounce? Next resistance to the upside is, well, it's right at it. 375.96. Well, I guess I was off by a penny. I'd watch this closely. If this breaks up, though, 378. YouTube just told me I could do super chat, so I feel I should use it to ask you something important. Price target for full bull song, 150. What is this daily TD of which you speak? Yeah, usually when I close positions, I start with out of the money first. Moonwind has been sacrificed. 2.5k watching, 1k liking, 1.5k hate watching. This is the way it always goes. I assume because they need to know what's happening, and they'll never find that out on Superstock. Moonwind has no icon next to his name. Did he seriously paper hand membership again? Constantly. He buys into membership assuming I'll give him more attention, then realizes I won't, and then paper hands it. This slander against Moonwind will not be tolerated. Roaring Kitty, you make 10 years worth of pigeonwheel in a week, selling top of the chain CCs. Dead cap for mod. Thanks, Silence. Oh boy. Stefan, could you describe options in a less sexual way, please? All right, fine. I got rid of Darth Dan too while I was at it. Thanks for all you do. I've learned so much from you. Up 40% on my calls. Congrats, man. Late to the stream today. Do you mind giving a quick rundown of what you think today's price action so far? Looks good. Got into all 46 of my contracts this morning. Let the good times roll. Nice, dude. You should already be well up in that case, especially if you hit the dip. No bull meter. Not doing that again. It's too much of a pain in the ass, and people want it adjusted all the time. I don't want to deal with that. When price goes up, start of MOASS. Price goes down equals crime. Yeah, that's about it. If the stock gets rejected at long-term resistance, does it usually fall pretty hard immediately? It can. I mean, it depends on how much volume we have. Right now, I don't think we have sufficient volume to really fall quickly. I also don't think we have sufficient volume to move up quickly. So maybe later in the day, we'll see some more dark pool volume come in. Can we have a pores only chat? I mean, you do. No one else wants to go in there. Is it either the bolometer or Moonwind mod? Your choice. No, neither. I think that if they're gonna announce the split, they'll do it at a higher price. And if they do announce the split at a higher price, it could sustain that higher price for some time. At what price is the shirt coming off? It's probably not. I'm not usually into dude on dude gex, but it sounds gexy when Girk says it. So far, no gex, no ETF covering. I don't think so. Maybe a little. I mean, they could be covering a small amount of it during this period, but not a lot of volume. And we're expecting a lot of volume, right? Like we just hit like the expected volume from just gex covering for today, and our price actions tracking the market very, very closely. We're up about 2x on the SPY, which is what we expect with our 1.99 beta, right? You seem upset today? No. Just very grounded. Instead of covering my cost basis, I decided to cover to my max drawdown tolerance. Allowed me to save around 15% of my leverage, which was nice. Ooh. On your paper account? or is this like your actual margin account? Does OPEX have a significant effect on your rugged handsomeness? Or is it just standard daily increase per usual? Oh no, it's definitely more apparent during OPEX. The split is announced when Jimmy is on Reg Show. Do things go crazy? I mean, yeah. If Jimmy goes on Reg Show, things go crazy. I DRS my shares, still no money. What gives? So about that. Yeah. Thanks for the donation though, Rob. Appreciate it. Wasn't there a recent OPEX that took off around like 12 or 1? Yeah. A few of them have taken off around midday. When the dark pool dumps start coming into the latter half of the day, we generally see more volume. Guess I'll just leave since no one wants me here. Oh, stop being a big fucking baby. Considering chasing to enter a position now. You could. It is chasey, but I mean, as long as you understand that risk. Jorg is gonna have the fattest paper account. What do you mean by dark pool dumps? The dark pools settle their volume like later in the day, most of them. So we tend to see more volume after like noon, between noon and 2:30. It's not that their volume hasn't transacted. It's just that it hasn't settled yet. And so when the dark pools settle, we can see more volume come in. I'm up 300% over the course of about 6 months. Nice. It's time you embrace Moonwind for mod. Literally never. Admit to everyone I was right about covered calls this whole time. You were right about covered calls, but wrong in every possible way on how to transact them. I have to weigh one against the other. Like, while you were right, people probably should have been selling covered calls the whole time. The way you sell covered calls is so abhorrent that it almost takes all of the credit out of the other half of your argument. How significant do you think the NSCC stock borrow program is to helping them cover FTDs? I mean, it has an effect. They just need volume to cover FTDs. Yes, I know you have finally surpassed Gabe Plotkin as the greatest trader of our generation, Moonwind. Congratulations. Do you think the cycles will break down and not continue if the split actually goes through? Doesn't that mean more liquidity and less VUPs? It could, yeah. Or people could just DRS more shares. Either way, we'll see. The NSC stock borrow program was discontinued. The DTCC does not provide borrows anymore. When? Is that recent? I thought the DTCC still provided locates. Or you mean physical borrow? I predicted this run at the beginning of April. I hate myself for not buying calls last week. Can someone please drop IV for me? I'll get you some Wendy's. Fucking, we knew about the run before April, turd. We were talking about it in March. I'll buy you some Wendy's. What do you want? You want to try one of the strawberry frosties? This happened like a decade ago. Now I'm confused. Are we talking about the DTCC providing locates or like actual borrowable shares? Like they don't lend shares directly, but they provide locates. No, you can't join in on the group order. Should July OPEX be spicy too? It's looking like it's gonna be. So far. We'll see. This OPEX will generate a lot of the forward obligations, so I'll have a baconator. I just want them to bring back their old French fries. You are an old French fry. Interesting. I just want old French fries. I don't eat red meat anymore, but I'd eat the fuck out of some tallow fries, right? Why did they get rid of that? It's not like anybody went to fucking Wendy's or McDonald's because they wanted to eat something healthy. Like, why try to make shit food healthier? It doesn't make any sense. Up 6K today already. This is fun. Congrats, Velvet. Is the price improvement in line with expectations? I mean, so far it's fine. Um, what was the rest of that? Okay that it started today and not later in the week. I mean, a lot of this just appears to be us tracking the overall market. Like, this is mostly active fund pressure. I don't think this is covering of gamma exposure. I don't think it's covering of OPEX obligations yet. I still expect that later in the week. Seems like a wave of layoffs. Probably. That doesn't surprise me, especially with the market down as much as it is this year. Lots of funds are going to get shuttered. When does July OPEX covering start? Week after July 15? Yeah. Today's price action is so bullish. Imagine a 5 to 10 million day tomorrow with continued lack of active shorting. I'm about it. I have something embarrassing to admit. My first job ever was at a Wendy's. My first job ever was at a Target. It's not embarrassing. How old were you? If you were like 22, that's embarrassing. But Looks like the DTCC will automatically try and do a locate on a failure to deliver and charge interest. Yes. Well, you have CNS, right? But it is automated and continuous. Everyone should have to work faster to retail for 3 years, in my opinion. Makes for good for making you a decent human being. Yeah. There's nothing embarrassing about working the Wendy's dumpster. You have to be able to offset your options losses somehow. Just invest in companies without a bunch of stock-based comp employees. Oh, wait, GameStop employees ain't getting stock-based comp like Facebook. When layoffs come, bye-bye stock price. Yeah. Wacky candle on IWM. Ooh. Probably like a big options position. So there's nothing wrong with working at Wendy's, but I do suspect that Moonwind's first job was when he was like 25. How's the SPY up $10 and BBBY is just green? My put's looking spicy after the market turns red this week. It might not turn red this week. You think it's a good idea to get another set of calls or wait to see if the price drops tomorrow or Thursday? I don't know how much pullback we'll see. We go briefly off topic and hear any related outlook you may have for October wheat calls? What about them? Wheat's down a little bit today. Ooh, Friday and today. Decent entry price. Wheat's not like a crazy play. I kind of just expect it to move up into like the $13 to $14 range. If it does that, I'm perfectly happy. It's not like wheat's gonna squeeze. Pricing could get out of hand briefly, but I just expect it to go up. It's kind of just like a long-term play and the options are cheap. But when the market rebounds, wheat tends to suffer. My first job was selling handmade African baskets inside of Costco. I'm in no way remotely African. I got fired for going to the movies during my shift. Nice. I've been trying to tell you over the past few streams, Western US wheat is in bad shape. No crop in Montana at all this year. Interesting. Good. I mean, I expect it to continue. Like, we don't have wheat pricing for the spring harvest yet, but I expect that to rise, and then I expect it to rise into the summer, into like the end of summer, as expectations are missed, not only on the spring crop, but the summer crop as well. There go half my profits for the day. Uh, every time I hear that, I want to buy more calls. Like when people say shit like that. Daniel Godstree. Frag? What? No. Relax. Yeah, that and like thousands of cows dying from heat exposure. Hard to play like livestock on the equity side. I mean, there's some stuff, but like there's a couple ETFs. It's easier to play it through commodities and futures contracts. Holy cow, Tesla ain't playing right now. I know. Hey, look, it hit the next target. I told everyone last night. Big ups. Girk's alarm clock. Thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire. I appreciate it. Also, thank you for waking me up this morning. I also appreciate that. Tesla in the basket? No, but there's similarities. I think that candle was somebody creating a bunch of underlying shares for IWM, which are now being used to do a stop loss hunt. That would make sense if GameStop was in IWM. I'm just scared if I buy Tesla calls, it's gonna dip $40 again. Oh yeah, you missed the entry by a lot. Mostly just like a bear rally from the market being oversold and shorts repositioning after the big OPEX. If Jimmy's a $400 bottle of scotch, what's AMC? A shot of Boone's Farm. Reached a magical number on my account and I'm ready to take trading to the next level. Awesome, dude. Congratulations. AMC equals prison Pruno. Why is Gamma Max still same as last week? Because that's where it is. Lots of calls bought near the money, not so many out of the money. We need to start moving for people to start buying out of the money calls. Whenever you quit streaming GME daily, will you still do Pickles picks? Probably. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. If I've stopped streaming GME, am I already rich? Oh, then maybe not. No, all out of the money calls can affect Gamma Max. It'll update again tomorrow. Sykes. How much money to you is considered rich? Above 100 million? AVOV might have been used to create some GME shares too. Is it even in that ETF? That's like a new one, right? See anything interesting on the options chain? No, not really. Today's just kind of boring. I'm happy with it though. I'd prefer today be boring and they compound covering into the end of the week. I only need to multiply my port by 50 million to hit 100 million. If we trade flat for the rest of the day, then there's a chance to grab July 15s today. All right, I'm back. I got July 8th 170s. Okay, not bad. Yeah, I think Bobby got smacked pretty hard. Real hard. Interesting. A Vus. How many shares are in that though? Like the weighting can't be that significant. Saving up 25,000 to start day trading options. I feel like I have a good feel for it, but hold too long. Is there any downside to only holding options for at most 6 hours just to trade into momentum? No. You want shorter dated contracts, and you need like good liquidity to pull that off. Little G Wagon in the poor chat is the reason we're going down. I don't think so. No, it's not, but I think they're dissolving ETF creation across a ton of different ETFs. How's XRT looking? Yeah, fairly similar. We'll see. I mean, it doesn't look like they're covering today, so ugh. It'll be interesting where they try to get us. No problem, MCL. Do we worry about the head and shoulders on the daily at all? I don't want to get fragged again. Which head and shoulders? I mean, it's not really a head and shoulders. If anything, it's like a double bottom bounce. We've already traded like significantly more volume over the like in the peak range on the like the right, what would be the right shoulder in that formation, which is not indicative of, you know, a breakdown. Joke's on them. I'm already up. I'm trying to shake off retailers who FOMO'd into weeklies. Yeah, I think so. I think they'll continue to try to do that. If they're not going to cover, then they might as well try to drop the call OI. Is this good for later in the week? The low volume is. Testing 135 today. I don't know if we have enough downside pressure for that. What could IWM hit in this week's market rally? Didn't I cover that in the? I think I covered that in the pickles picks, right? Could have sworn I did. I think I had a price target. I don't have the chart here. I can't remember my price target. I'm looking for like a break of 171 and then like a test maybe in like the 177 range. I was a makeup artist for Lancome for years at Dayton's, turned Marshall's Fields, turned Macy's. When I don't get good customer service, I advise them they're in the wrong business. I have a violent hatred for pink lipstick now, though. Thank you so much, Trina. I appreciate it. Yeah, I can't imagine working retail for any period of time. I can't stand people. I didn't mind being a bartender back in college, but then I got really just fed up with drunk people after about a year of it. How long does it take for funds to clear after closing a position? T plus two? It depends, KO. If it's A stock or options position. Options clear in T+1. Stock positions clear in T+2. For the cash to settle. Isn't shorting much harder to do during reg show and OPEX with ETF rebalancings? I mean, if they're not covering today, then no. There's a bit of a dip in the SPY. They're definitely like, this is definitely some like active shorting that's going on here. And we're seeing it in other stocks in the basket too, like BBBY. Is AMC doing it? Yeah. Interestingly, Netflix also coming down really hard. Home Depot took a big hit. Tesla, Costco, not really seeing too much negative price action. Facebook took kind of a big hit. So did Amazon. Kohl's not so much. I wonder what Target looks like. Target's holding up too. Best Buy getting hammered a little. I can't play the stream at 2x speed. I'm impatient and want the day to go by quicker. I mean, you can, but you can't do it live at 2x speed. What does it take for GME to be reg showed? Failures in excess of 0.05% of its shares outstanding for 5 consecutive days. Put slide in place? The put slide sold off last week. Thanks, Hartley. I appreciate it, dude. I can't stand this crime. I'm writing my senator. Since XRT is on Reg Show, what other ETFs would they most likely be using to suppress GME? Well, first off, XRT. Then there's like IJH, VTI. There's like a bunch of Vanguard ETFs they can use. They can still use XRT to short even if it's on Reg Show. It doesn't stop anything. That doesn't stop them from it being used for creation. It just offsets its FTDs. Are people freaking out yet? Ugh, like a little bit, which usually means it's like a good time to buy calls. Speaking of which, no, we don't know because we haven't had JFresh's model for long enough to be able to tell, Stefan. So it's possible that it shows up in alternate models as well. So if we hover around 140, 150 today, there'll be VUPs in the next few days. Seems like such an elevated launch pad. Yeah, it's a nice place to start, right? I mean, it's still lower than like a lot of our starting points last year, but it's fine. I mean, we started at a higher price in August and November, OPEX. In summary, they have all the tricks possible, or is there a chance? Wait, for what, Aylin? Best part of the job is making women and men feel better. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like, at least that job's kind of rewarding. I sold a weekly call to curb the downside, and we immediately turned around. You're welcome, bulls. For suppressing price, I mean, yeah, there's nothing stopping them from suppressing price action except the fact that they need to cover. Don't forget that them covering OPEX is not, it's not bad for them. First off, they're hedged, so it's beneficial for them to cover. I don't know why this is so hard for people to understand. It the positions we assume they're taking through the ETFs and the way they make money on these cycles, uh, based on the volatility positions and entropy hedges we see come into place, indicate that it is best for them to cover. They want to cover. They don't lose money covering. I know it's hard for you to understand that you also make money when they cover, and that makes it confusing, but it's to their benefit. They want to clear up that liquidity so they can make money on the downside. They make money both ways, not just up, but also down. Bed Bath & Beyond just sent me an email for 20% off their stock. November 21 didn't diverge. So November 21, the MACD line came back to the signal line and bounced, which showed a weakening of the trend before moving up. Our current trend just diverged from the line. So this is not the same. Like, while the trend did weaken a little, it didn't weaken nearly as much as it did in November. $169 end of day. You heard it here first. Why would they want to suppress the price right now if it's beneficial for them to cover? Just because it's beneficial to cover doesn't mean it's beneficial to cover today. If both hedge funds and retail are making money on these runs, the indices mostly, like the system they have in place, profits off mostly off of arbitrage, ETF shareholders, and the indexes. So that's like, if you want to know where the money comes from, that's who's getting ripped off. The underlying stocks in the ETFs suffer as well because it affects their ability to see real price discovery. I think the problem is people assume that that's illegal. It's not. It's not a crime in handle forming. I keep some funds on the side to profit off of a rug pull, which means that there won't be one. You're welcome. Can't get rid of ETFs. ETFs create liquidity. There's a reason the SEC hasn't regulated them more, like, in a more conservative fashion. More liquidity, more stable markets means SEC's doing their job. However, the stealing or skimming of cream is done regardless if we join in on the action. Yeah, it's going to be done whether we follow suit or not. DRS doesn't do shit, especially not in regards to that. James Rowland says all-time high soon. Yeah, I'm glad he's drawn a line on a fucking triangle. Good for him. Are we getting fragged? No, I don't think so. But the fear you're feeling is the exact emotion they probably would like to elicit. Like 250 to be safe or lower. What is a good strike to sell CCs at when we peak? Oh, I mean, it's up to you. You can sell them out of the money. You can risk assignment and sell them in the money. Um, there's a lot of options. Once we've peaked, the standard like delta weighting applies. 0.4, zero point 0.3 have a much higher risk of assignment than like a 0.2 or 0.1. Better liquidity, better markets. Papa John's. Everyone is crazy fearful because it just feels so predictable right now, right? Yeah. I mean, that's what drives any fear that I have is when it's all just too easy. That freaks me out. Like March just felt like I was detached from reality when we were tracking price action, and then it just followed suit perfectly. Like, and we discussed yesterday the potential for today to be low volume. I don't know. Maybe some people missed out on the stream because the timing was a bit weird, but for those that were in there, this like today's price action was discussed extensively. Yeah, the hedge funds don't give a shit if we make money to an extent. I mean, obviously they'll try to keep out broader retail FOMO, but they don't give a shit about like a small group of people like us. The fact is, what does it matter if we make 10 million if they're going to make $3 billion a quarter off doing this shit? Put it back to members only chat. Sell pressure seems much weaker than buy pressure. Yeah. Well, we have the positive delta hedge still, right? We're above gamma neutral significantly. So, the market maker is completely in our favor. So any buy pressure is going to be compounded. My wife was in the hospital during March run. She's out and better now, but if I could have played that so much better, if not on my phone in a waiting room. I hope this time is smooth. Me too, man. Sorry to hear that. I remember. Yeah, that fucking sucked. Um, but yeah, I hope you do well. I'm not gonna switch dude, I've only ever switched the stream to members chat once, and that was because we got like inundated with Russian crypto bots. And that was for like 5 minutes. But I don't think I've ever done it any other time. I don't intend to start now either. I mean, I'd imagine most of retail in GME is in Superstonk. Unless I'm mistaken, most of Superstonk will just hold. So yeah, we're in the minority. Yeah. What's your rank in TFT? Right now, I think I'm gold 1. I haven't really been playing a lot. Last season I was diamond 4. I didn't I, I don't really have time to like push up into like masters. I don't know if I've gotten masters on NA. I've gotten master on EU West, but I think that's a little easier. Does Nave Gex take into account OPEX? I mean, it's partially so high because of OPEX, But no, not really. Can you make the chat pigeon whales only? Yeah, I could. Fund clearing is going to be slow this week because of the bank holiday, Grizz. Hey man, really sorry I'm on holiday right now, so I can't spend hours watching the stream. Could you summarize your predicted price action for today? Many thanks as always. Yeah, I'm hoping that we trade flat in this upper range into the end of the day. Probably seeing a little bit of a bounce back in the later part of this afternoon. Moving up into close. Hopefully we start to see some volume tomorrow, Kai. Low volume to avoid running, but with enough volatility to raise IV. Price retail out of safer calls. Seems like their game plan. No. Yeah, I mean, IV's still elevated from this morning, but there's an entry opportunity right now. I mean, like through this like period where we're dipping. But yeah, I mean, it's always good to price retail out of the safer calls early. Most of retail's already priced out at this point. Um, don't do it, make me sad, Panda. Check Mater Rob 22. Thank you so much, man, for becoming a Cornishon. I got 100 BBBY Tensei. Will I make it? When should I buy rope? I hope so. And we'll have to see. The BBY exposure came later in the cycle last time, too. So be aware of that. Jason, put the price same as the stock? Are you saying puts cost same like shares in Russian? Interesting. It's a weird way to phrase it. When's the last you should expect high volume? Mid tomorrow or late spike tomorrow for confirmation? I mean, tomorrow's the T plus 2 day. It's usually when we see the first part of the run occur. They don't generally cover on the T1 day. In February, which also had a holiday deferral, we didn't see covering until Thursday. Do you speak Russian? Not really. I had an ex-girlfriend that was Ukrainian, so like I know some stuff, but I'm not like fluent by any means. Okay, I know cucumber. Daniel Mayo splatter. Flat. I like cucumbers. Okay, none of this. I don't want any more of this. No, I don't speak Russian. The chair's fake, and you've been squatting this entire time. Stream yesterday was at 10 p.m. in the UK. I was lulled into a gentle slumber by the dulcet tones of J-Fresh. What a great way to fall asleep. Well, that was a fun OPEX, guys. Enjoy your coffee on me, Gork. I'll see you in September. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. I'm doing all right, Jam. Express running? Cool. I can sort of read it. I can sort of read Spanish too. There's a lot of languages I can sort of understand, but I don't really speak any fluently. I can't speak any of them actually, but I can read them, which is makes even less sense. All right. What did you say that got you censored? Well, that was wait, hold on. Why is that not showing up, Ryan? The fuck is happening here? Ah, I just want to say I really appreciate you taking the time to educate us. And you don't just jack our tits all the time, and you tell us when things don't look good too. No problem, man. Thanks. Excited to see what this week's holds, and I'm genuinely excited to learn from this either way. Thanks. No problem, dude. You think superstock perpetually holding is actually useful in the sense that they keep these cycles going and provides relatively predictable opportunities to make money? Yeah, but the downside to that is like they don't see any gain on their investment. Dangerous and something about Italy and military intelligence. Okay, enough. Stop with the writing in Russian. I don't want to think about it. Yes, Willem Weber. Put same like stocks. Are people just gonna keep asking me or put same as shares in different languages? The selling cover calls on the downtrend increased delta hedge to the put side. No, it shouldn't really have an effect on market maker hedges because it's an asset backed derivative. Stop trying to get even more shadow banned. I have a few tax lots at 267. Will sell CCs lower the actual cost basis or just average down? It depends on how your brokerage does the accounting. Some brokerages, it'll lower your cost basis. But I think in like in a tax sense, it doesn't actually lower the cost basis. If there's a low later today, can you comment on how bought puts, but not calls, can be used to mark long. What I think are synth shorts from XRT ETS. Feel I'm slowly getting a handle on this, but the dance between puts, ETFs, low case, I'm fucking weak on. They use the put to mark long because it grants the right to sell shares at X strike, right? And if you're holding that right, then you can say that your short position is long. It's a double negative, right? If you want to know more about that, look up like synthetic long positions and reg T mark long in the SEC like database. I'm doing okay, +1 GME. Florence reigns, the rest scorns. Okay. Any thoughts on why Express is up 20% today? Could that be OPEX covering? Yeah, absolutely. They don't cover the whole basket simultaneously if they can avoid it. We know this. We've seen it in multiple OPEX periods. No, I don't taking off Friday. Maybe. Best of luck with that. Are they paying you in crypto? Imagine having a child come up to you 18 years from now and being like, "You're my daddy," and all you got out of it was some shit coin. How does synthetic longs work with out of the money puts only? I'm telling him to look up synthetic longs because they use synthetic longs to satisfy reg share FTD requirements as well. The puts are very simple. They simply buy the put and say these are marked long. You'll even see them come in on like T+3 and T+6 when they have to, you know, that's the final deadline for them to mark those long. Hit 405 for squats today. 405 end of day confirmed pure science. Congrats on the squat. I don't know if that's gonna play out the way you wanted to in the market, but you got it, dude. You think crypto is just a pyramid scheme? Yeah, most of it's bullshit. The marking long of that short position is actually something they get fined for, though, right? No, not necessarily. They can be fined for it if they report themselves. If playing options without shares, just buy at the money puts a GM for 30 DTE and sell before July OPEX. I mean, I wouldn't buy them at GM. I would wait until we crossed GM, but yeah, roughly. We're looking for 20% runs during the week after OPEX. Allow identification of the basket. Uh, Sometimes. I mean, like right now the market's moving up, so it's very hard to tell. So you're looking for things that are outperforming the overall index right now? How does capital gains tax work regarding covered calls? Yeah, we've gone over this quite a bit. If the call is in the money, your long-term holding is considered lost unless that call is not exercised. So if that call is never exercised and it expires worthless, your long-term holding status is retained. But as long as that call, or if you sell a covered call in the money, until that call is expired or bought back, your long-term holding status is lost. If it's out of the money, your long-term status remains. That's the best way for me to kind of break it down. It's a little more complicated than that, but essentially, as long as it's out of the money, you're fine. Or it expires out of the money. When MOASS triggers, how do you take profit if all the brokers can't pay? Why the fuck would the brokers go broke during MOASS? So think about it this way. You know, Fidelity has millions of shares of GameStop, right, held in individual accounts in that scenario. It's so ridiculous. F? Refresh the stream. Fidelity censored that part. Fidelity isn't going to go broke when the value of a stock that they hold in their street name increases in value. It's so fucking dumb. I don't know where that idea came from. Tesla dead? Not yet. I mean, it's not. It's also not going back up to 1200, Victor. Never thought of the double negative angle. I got a lot to learn. Also, Fidelity is not aware of double negatives. My big red multiplied by my other big reds just makes even bigger red. I should become an MM. We'll check out suggested resources. Appreciate it. No problem, dude. It comes from the MOASS infinite number theory. Infinite numbers theory. Okay, that's stupid too. We are gonna bankrupt someone other than each other, then what's the dang point? Making money? That was the point for basically everyone. I don't care what you want to say now about you got into this to change the fucking markets or some other non-selfish bullshit. Everyone bought into GameStop for the exact same fucking reason. They wanted to get rich quick. Now they've made up a lot of shit to cope with the fact that that didn't happen. But that's mostly bullshit, right? Like we all know it in the back of our minds and go, yeah, that's bullshit. Maybe we don't admit it, some of us. I think their assumption is that the broker didn't actually buy shares for a retail participant, so they have to go buy them later. It's silly. Yeah, it is. Why would Ryan Cohen bankrupt them? He won't. Not a fan of this volume. 2 million half day. Where do you think we close? If we close over 4, Tomorrow will be lighter for sure. FTD stretched to Thursday, so limited overlap with options. I'm not really concerned about the FTDs. I'm more concerned with the gamma exposure covering, which is now up even more from yesterday. I think we still wanted to see today low volume. A little elevated, but still very low, especially compared to the average over the last 3 weeks. Shit, over the last 3 months. I think we could see covering of OPEX obligations as late as Thursday, though. I mean, that's what we saw in Feb too, right? Feb OPEX didn't play out until, and it was minimal, but there weren't very many obligations closed on the expiration date. But we didn't see Feb OPEX play out until Thursday. This one's far larger in quantity than February was. I'm in it for money. Why else would I buy stocks? Exactly. Have you been to the AMC sub? No, but I saw a Trades clip and I didn't realize that he'd gotten his CDL. What a salt of the earth guy. He's gone from Huntington Beach surfer to Midwestern blue collar worker in less than a year. I think I'm okay for now until, I mean, there's stuff I'm gonna do in the middle if we start running hard. But right now, I'm perfectly happy with my position. If I see some opportunities to buy more, I will. Was he driving the short bus? I mean, yeah. He's poking fun at Trey's appearance. He's not actually driving a truck. Grifters don't have to work. Exactly. He had to get a CDL to cover his streaming losses. I'm insecure about the size of my position. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Big numbers. Do you think BBY will go same time as GameStop? Hopefully. Yeah, I hope we see an OPEX run. We did in March. You know what? Good for him. They did roll some March obligations to this OPEX. Well, quite a lot of them. I don't know who the fuck he is, so no. Seems like BBY has its larger moves a few days after Jamie hits its first peak. Yeah, it did. Well, it did in March. SS is trying to count FTD days now. Lord help us. Oh, Jesus. I wrote a DD on that so people would know how. As Trey's former cup, I can attest he went from Diet Coke to Spit and Chaw. His newfound identity is just cancerous in so many ways. No one would know better than you, Subway Cup. Just curious your thoughts on the SPY price in the next few months. Big ups or big downs or neither? I mean, the next few months? The economy is still a big pile of steaming shit. Um, like, we're seeing a relief rally right now, and that could continue for like maybe a couple weeks, but yeah, I don't think we're gonna fucking we're not gonna see the market return. We're not gonna see the return of a bull market for quite some time. No problem, WM. I don't really have anything to say bad about Trey. I just think it's funny that he's like totally shifted his persona in line with his audience. Initially, Trey was the only one of those like AMC YouTubers that I even was like okay with because he was just like, I don't know shit about anything. I just like the stock, which was at least honest in the beginning. Over time, he started to pretend like he knew a lot more than he did, which was disingenuous, but not like Matt Kors, where he already knew when he started it and just did it in order to build internet popularity. But eventually, all those people are going to realize they were lied to forever and they will become disillusioned. Could have just started off by saying the truth, and then, maybe some people won't like you, but in the end, you won't be a piece of shit. I mean, yeah, Bruce does know what he's talking about. I mean, his investment approach is vastly different than mine, but he's not uneducated. I wouldn't say he's like a top trader or anything, but he knows his shit at a basic level. How do you show income for renting a home or apartment? I usually just pay my lease up front. That's the best way to do it. 'Cause then they don't ask you any fucking questions. If you have to show income, you have to show like bank statements or tax returns. Where do I rank amongst these people? Oh, you're a big shell, Carl. Watched Bruce on March 10th day, and he was so stoked. I didn't know what was happening and kept stuffing bagels. Wasn't that like a couple days after he told his entire audience to sell covered calls? I mean, shit, even in May, I warned people not to sell covered calls. It didn't work, but I warned them. I feel like Houston doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, but I also feel like he's said that, right? Like he's just bullish on like some stocks that he likes, but I don't think he's ever sold himself as like a market expert. Thanks, 10 Hammer Son. Some people never realize they're being lied to. Yeah, and for that reason, those guys will always have some audience, right? When's the next possible run date after this OPEX? I'd like to sell CCs, but there's July OPEX too, right? Yeah. So at the top of this, I'm not selling my CCs out very far. Maybe like 14 DTE, but I'm not going to sell out into the next OPEX period, right? Because that'd be very risky, especially with obligations already building in July. Chance we don't hit GM. Oh, it's possible. It's never happened before, but it's possible. Has there been plenty of out of the money calls? I don't need to help push Gamma Max up. Let me take a look. This is probably a decent time of day to take a look at the flow. Yeah, shitloads of July 15 and June 24 calls coming in. $30 million in call volume today with only 8.3 million in puts. Most of the puts look pretty bullish too, sold for the most part. So, you know, looks like a lot of call buyers just picking up capital on the put side, or leverage. But yeah, and in very good ranges too. 150, 140 to 200 seems to be the concentration. So yeah, it looks solid. It's died off a little bit, obviously, with our low volume intraday, but I think, and I think the positioning is really good given that the vast majority of those contracts are a little further dated, like July 15 and July 1st. Some June 24s, like weeklies, that's to be expected, but not too many. So, you know, retail's getting better at it. I don't think Gex is covered at all, frankly. I think we just moved up with active funds. And we're up today too, so gamma exposure is going to compound. I got stopped out of most positions on the stagnation for decent but modest gains. Is that cash available next day? Yes. It'll be available next day. T+1. Oh, I have no idea. I don't like follow whatever drama is going on that channel. Are you able to see iTimes 350Cs on the chain? Are they flooding in? I have no idea. Or just don't sell them out past July. Alternatively, Victor. I mean, you can capture plenty of premium without trying to capture all that theta. Could they rug pull us today? I mean, if they could, that would be beneficial to them, right? Because it would deflate the gamma exposure from last week. If they can get us back to that, you know, that same low. Given that we're up still 5% on the day and they've actively tried to short. I don't think that's going to happen. But yeah, their target would be to get the price back here in this 120 range. I don't think that's going to happen, frankly. But yeah, that would be the goal of attempting to do that. This and this, like these two ranges, 126 and 120 would be ideal. But because we moved up even more today, that just creates more exposure. In Freg's Day, there was a lot of additional volume we were expecting that did not come. Yes, that's true, but there were also things we weren't tracking at the time that would have told us that was true. And on Freg's Day, we still hit Gamma Max. We just weren't paying attention to it at the time. The number of obligations closed in November was very small comparatively versus this time around in March. Same in Feb. We still weren't fully tracking it in Feb. When will be the peak? Is there a possibility to predict it? I mean, we can track kind of when it will occur, or at least when the run will end. Ideally, this is the type of day you're hoping for, right? Pretty much, yeah. Delta neutral spike from Yelia? No, not yet. Not as far as I'm aware. Yeah, a little lower volume would be better. Although this is still way under average, Gaff. And based on the options interest, I think like actual volume without all the hedging would have been about half of what we're seeing right now. Not running yet is good, right? I mean, it's a mixed bag, but I mean, ideally compounding obligations into a shorter period of time is beneficial. Do we know what Gamma Max is? It's right there on the screen. 160 right now. Based on the call buying today, I think it'll rise a little tomorrow. How does one get real-time options OI updates? Yeah, you need to be an institution. And even then, I think the OI updates are an estimate. But yeah, you have to be an institution. It's very expensive. Or like an MM even. I expect hedgy tricks, as we all should. They're not just going to let it rip 30% on open. Yeah, especially if they could get weekly call buyers to burn out. Like ones that bought, 150s at the test of 145. If they can get them to shed contracts, that's beneficial for them. What is the borrow rate on the August chain? What? It'd be great if we were around 1.7, so we're more likely to close around the 3 mil mark. We might still close around the 3 mil mark. I mean, volume's really, really drying up over the last like 45 minutes, right? Express didn't just run 25% because of their new cardigan line. How did you know I bought 150s on the test of 145? I mean, the psychology is pretty simple. No one forgot about the dividend split, but until it's announced, it's irrelevant, right? You can't factor that in.
until it's announced, until it's real and on the table. You can't factor that into your decision making because it's just a hypothetical. Is compounding the obligations better for their entropy swaps? No. I don't think they make, I mean, they're volatility neutral, right? So technically they don't care. But a larger spike in IV is beneficial when they close their entropy swap, right? Because they're going short vol at the top. Right? So they want volatility as high as possible when they flip. So it doesn't benefit them on the way up. Like the hedge is volatility neutral, right? But at the top, when IV is high, and they then move into a short vol position, or well, their short vol position is no longer hedged. Their short vol position is becoming exposed at very high IV, and so they profit as IV drops from that high point. How much percent does volatility move up during OPEX runs? The IV 30 moves up about 40 to 60%, but intraday IV can move up far in excess of that. Stole my golf clubs, cash, and ox cord. I'm gonna need OPEX to happen this week to make the week better. Oh shit, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. Also, don't keep cash in your car. Like, that still sucks, but don't keep cash in your car. Is your insurance will cover it, right? What's cash? It's paper money. I keep $100 bills in the wicker basket of my unlocked bike. Is that bad? Not for you. I mean, I have to keep cash. There's like a lot of places in New York City that don't accept credit cards because the fucking credit card fees are so astronomical here. Wow, that fucking sucks. As opposed to digital money? Yes. How does IV on 30 DTE go during... How high does IV on a 30 DTE go during a cycle? Oh, it can spike quite high on like big volumetric moves, Steve D. Like I've seen IV 30 hit like 200, 240% intraday. Fiat currency, same like monopoly bills? Yeah. Jared Leto or Jay Leno? Oh, man. I really don't like either one of those. Thoughts on Gap convincing RC to tweet at Pulte to push forward computer share in order to delay OPEC settlement to T plus 69? I don't know. Write a DD about it. Looks like they're shorting the entire basket to control FOMO and keep price low to cover later this week. Yep. Well, they know they have that deferral, right? They're going to take advantage of that. especially if they can shed some interest. How do I short volatility at the top? You can't. It's simple as that. I mean, you can sell naked calls. You can sell covered calls. I mean, sort of shorting volatility at the top. You can sell a spread at the top. Strangle? I think the price drops too fast for that. Elliot would have said we're going back to 90. When does that guy ever... He was right one day, once, and even on that day, he was still way off. He was off by like $5, and everyone was like, nailed it. It wasn't even... I don't think it was even on GME. It was like the SPY. Is this breakout gonna fail because of low volume? It's not really a breakout. It's just like a small bounce on resistance. There is no volume, so there is no breakout, right? Also, the price action would have to get up to like here for there to be consideration of a break to the upside. Pragmatic guy. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. PI? No problem, Paris. I think why would there be an update? There's no intraday updates for options chain data. I'm probably picking up some BBBY. What's the entry point for today? I mean, I don't know. Fucking, it's more expensive than it was last week, but basically the same price it opened at. 685 is not a terrible price. It's not the best price you could have gotten recently. I think it hit sub $6 like last week. So you're paying like a dollar extra a share right now. Options are dirt cheap, so I mean, but it's a huge gamble. I'm up like 5K and I'm falling asleep. You've removed all emotion from my heart, and now I feel nothing when I make money. Good. That's how it should be. I warned you about this months ago. I told you about the detached sense of reality, like when you make a bunch of money, but like you don't feel anything. You'll get used to it. Or you'll have an existential crisis and a nervous breakdown. I've seen both. I need to cash about 10K this round. I got 300 shares, 1, 7, 15, 500, some BBBY calls. Best thing, sell a few CCs, sell some shares. I don't want to sell shares though. Any thoughts? You could try selling in the money cover calls for the premium that you need to acquire. And then hopefully, hopefully they go out of the money by the time they expire and you don't lose your shares. better than just losing the shares, right? Emotions, same as weakness? No. I mean, they can be. I mean, yeah, like if I had to like capture cash and I didn't want to sell my shares, I would, and like timing was right, I would probably try to sell like in the money calls at the top of the run. Like if we test like say 200 or 180, and then sell them like enough in the money that the premium I captured was the money I needed, and then kind of just cross my fingers and hope that those calls expire out of the money. Options calculator on Fidelity says there's a 0% chance my contract hits 200. If it does, it says I'll 8x my contracts. Yeah, that sounds about right. My like 200s are already up like 90 something percent from where I bought them, like 1x. And we've barely moved. Thoughts on XRT July 15 55 put on the chain? What about it? Like you want to buy puts on it? It's picking up a little strength, but I don't know if it'll break out. We might just fail VWAP. It's still a little too early for the dark pool dumps. Yeah, if your shares are because if your shares are called away, you've sold your shares. I mean, you still get your long-term status on those shares that are called away. So yeah, your long-term cap gains apply to those, but when you rebuy those shares, then those no longer have a long-term holding. But if you don't get called away, you don't lose your long-term capital gains. So if the call expires out of the money, and your shares don't get called away, or you buy the contract back, you retain your long-term capital gains. What percentage of your trading success do you attribute to crossing your fingers at the correct time? I mean, there's an argument to be made that crossing them at the correct time is because of, knowledge and planning. Like what's that expression? Luck is the something something. It's where opportunity meets preparation or some shit like that. I mean, yeah, there's some. I've definitely taken risk at times when it would not have been advisable and it's paid off well, but that's like the essence of trading, right? Is knowing when to take risk and when not to. Meaning of preparation H in the anus. It has a nice cooling effect. The more I practice, the luckier I get. Lee Trevino. Yeah. Sharks, they only bite when you touch their private parts. I don't know. I've never tried. Give it a shot. Like if you just head down to like San Clemente. I'm sure you can find some sharks to fondle. come at me like that? There's another V-Wasp in the house. Piece of shit. La Jolla, Oceanside? Oh, okay. Usually there's a bunch off San Onofre. No, I figured out why I'm getting so many wasps. So the guy below me has a balcony, and he has like a little grill out there, and he keeps all his fucking garbage out on his balcony. And so it's just like a breeding ground for yellow jackets. What's your least favorite thing of the following? Wasps, mosquitoes, or ticks? Oh, ticks. Definitely ticks. Did you see the huge gap up on Bobby? No, but GameStop looks like it's setting up to maybe start breaking out. Nice. A little bit of a volume spike. Still looks like the price action's very much under control, though. Still no fixed AC. It's working a little better. Apparently the problem is building wide, but my apartment's hotter than everyone else's. I'm gonna have to deal with this in a minute. Call my mama. Why is everyone in your building bonkers? I mean, they're not. He's just like a sloppy, dirty fuck. He just has like an open garbage can on his porch. And like, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go downstairs and be like, dude, can you fucking get rid of the garbage can on your porch? And then he's gonna be like, just close your window. And then, you know, then what? What have I accomplished? Quit touching its private parts, that will leave you alone. Turd told me so. I will fuck you up. I have some like raid somewhere. I'm gonna spray this motherfucker. He keeps like dive bombing my head too. It's like one of those ones with the little dangly legs. The lease should have clauses not allowing trash on the balcony. The biggest problem I've run into with that in my building is that like half the apartments are owned, right? Like all the expensive apartments are condos and they're like on the co-op board. And then my like some of the apartments are rentals. And so like you just can't lodge complaints against the tenants that own their apartments. They do absolutely nothing to enforce it. I don't care about the uncomfortable bit. I have no problem confronting him. I just don't think it'll be effective. I think what I've decided to start doing is just taking my kitchen scraps and knocking them out the window onto his balcony. And I was gonna be like, oh, I was trying to hit the trash can. And then maybe he'll move it. You know, passive aggressive. I told my wife I think we're gonna swing overnight with the Bulls, and that made her really happy. I love trading. Oh boy. So I think you've I think you've promised something maybe that you didn't mean to. Why do I live in New York? It's a good question. It's not a weebee, it's a fucking yellow jacket piece of shit. If it was a honeybee, I wouldn't care. I can't put a screen in the window. The fucking window opens like that much, so I can't jump out of it. I lived in SoCal for a long time. Then I moved back to New York. I got tired of California. Also, it's just stupid expensive. And you spend all of your life stuck in traffic, and the sun's always in your face for some reason. Your neighbor's probably invested in ADA. That's why he likes garbage so much. Wait, is my neighbor Gaff? Make a magnet screen. Ooh, that might work. That's a great idea. My other plan was I'm going to get like a fishing line and a coat hanger. I'm going to try to hook the garbage can and just toss it off of his balcony. So, you know, you kind of like I'll thread it out the tiny hole that in my window and like drop the line down and hook the edge of his garbage can. It's like that's the garbage can. And then all I have to do is just lift it up over the railing and then somehow shake it loose. Crowdsourcing a fishing pole for the millionaire. Thanks, Dr. Sharp. Not a millionaire. Unrealized millionaire. There's a difference. I can't steal it because it's not going to fit through my window. My window opening is like, this is to scale. My window opens like this much. So you're telling us this guy has a balcony and you don't? Does this guy even YOLO weeklies? I didn't see the purpose in having a balcony when I moved in here. Also, the apartments with balconies were like $3,000 more a month. Man, he's really just going crazy. I'm gonna get stung in the face. Figure out how to pit the big guys against each other. Plant the idea wasps are coming from the pool with Mr. Wasps. Then false flag wasps into crazy cat lady's apartment to get her to declare a fatwa on Mr. Wasps. Cats blames wasps. Wasps blames management. Management be like, what the fuck? Apartment landlord. Okay. That. Sure. Don't move. Okay, I think he's dead. Fucker. I killed him. Oh, I used to have one of those. The like little like salt shotguns. It broke, but I used to have one. Oh man, I like knocked my monitor out of position. Now they're not perfectly aligned. You piece of shit. I'm calling PETA. Tell him the check's in the mail. Rip Wasp 6/21 2022. This is for the funeral. Shoot a potato gun into his trash and it will explode the trash all over his deck. I don't know if I could fit the barrel of a potato gun through the opening in my window. Buzzkill. Done entering calls for OPEX yet? For now, yeah. I think I'm gonna get more later, but for now, yeah, I'm done. TLDW last 45 minutes. Fuck all happened. It's been very boring. We're coming back though. We're bouncing back up now. We might break out after this consolidation a little bit. Maybe back to 143. If we can get some volume higher. Facebook dead? I wish. Ooh, maybe. Wow. That took a fucking beating today. Just heavy short positions, I'm guessing. Damn. What's going on with that? That's got to be some other news, right? Good. Facebook sucks. No. Ivy doesn't increase at the same rate for all calls. Further out of the money calls, we'll see a higher increase in Ivy than nearer the money calls. Here's to another 13 months with Gurk, aka first name Alessandro Giovanni Amarillo Monte Egidio Luca Lorenzo Bruno Carlo Dominic Enzo Ello Salvatore. Not sure why I went full Italian, but I'm sure one of those is correct. No, but nice try. Thanks, 6'3" Prometheus Dan pal. Post a chart in Concord. Yeah, is it the one you DM'd me? I see those. Hold on. Here we go. Oh. Oh, interesting. Change of nav for QQQ. Interesting. Can you do this on XRT? $126,000 buy order on Jesus Christ. I have calls on IWM right now. I'm not fully Italian. And still, thanks Eldan Ring. I was in a meeting for the past couple hours. Did I miss anything important in terms of updates on today's action expectation? No. Today's pretty boring so far. Volume staying really low. No, it doesn't, BMG. I buy a put, will that ignite the run? Or do I need my whole port to go net short? Thanks, let me know. Just be patient. What's the cheapest options contract one could buy to make a little money? Oh, bones. Come on. $12.69 incoming. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think if I have enough time to step away for a second before 12.69. Daily DD. I'd love to see another day of sideways trading in this range before we break out, but I'm worried that may not be the case. Are we good so far? So far, yeah. I think we're good. Ideally, we won't break 3 million volume today, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think we're going to come in a little over. Especially if volume picks up into the latter half of the day when the dark pools start clearing. 8K volume XRT July 15 55p. Yeah, I mean, they're going to move forward those obligations, right? So over the next like week, we should see put volume on XRT pick up poker. That's how it works. So each OPEX building up the obligations for the next OPEX. Thank you, the mightiest of potatoes. The OI is only 3K. It'll update at the end of day. Intraday OI isn't accurate. You have to wait till tomorrow to see how much more OI is created. Would you rather run O or SCHD in an IRA? Oh, they're both pretty good. You just want boring dividend stocks? SCHD is really cheap right now, I think. Or it was, like last week. O pays a slightly better dividend, right? It's up to you. You have to deal with like weird tax shit with REITs. What's an IRA? Boring dividend is where it's at. Really? If I had an IRA, I'd just put growth shit in it. Yeah, SCHC could get cheaper. That's like a big dividend investor favorite. Do you think there's potential for the cycle to break 200? Sure. What I like about O is they're really well diversified in commercial real estate. And people always think like, oh, work from home and offices, so O's gonna like flounder, but they forget about, commercial like warehouse space, um data centers, things like that. And they also have a lot of extra capital on hand. So if the market tumbles, they can pick up distressed assets. No, not like MMAT. REIT taxes and an IRA work the same as any other dividend, tax deferred. Yeah. But I mean, it's fine. I don't know. I'd rather have like if I'm gonna hold something for 10 years, I'd rather have growth than a fucking dividend. But it's up to you. IRAs, I thought you don't want dividend because it's a tax-free account. The benefits of dividends is long-term capital gains on the dividends after you've held a year. Yeah. Yeah, I could care less acid arrow. Um I surely don't understand how people are fighting DRS. It's proven to work. No, it's not. No one gives a shit if their shares are in their name. You've definitely showed up to the wrong place for this argument. No one's fighting against it. It's just that I think you'll find that most of the people in here are just indifferent. Proven to work. Show me all those DRS short squeezes. When I look at 152.50 for July 15, I see 0 OI. I translate that to no liquidity. Why no OI for that call? I think that call just opened up. Yeah, I don't see any open interest on it either. I don't think these like half step calls were available previously. So that call might have opened today because I don't remember seeing it when I was buying July 15s. Also, it's not a very desirable strike. I forgot this is a channel of shill pickles. Whatever, man. just DRS more shares. We'll keep making money off it. Thanks for your sacrifice. DRS helps to eliminate the cycles, so it's good for us. I mean, I'm indifferent to it. I'm not gonna tell people it's benefiting them though. Like I'm not gonna lie. Congratulations on everybody being called shills. Good job, guys. They opened 50 new strikes on the chain for today. That's what I thought. There's a lot of weird, like, missing OI. I wonder why in such a concentrated range. I guess they're getting ready to hedge. Hey, Greg, first time shill here. I wanted to ask the guy who's bothering us if buy puts cost same like shares. He never seemed to give me a straight answer. Oh, maybe he could help you out. I'm sure he's very knowledgeable about how options work. DRS my Jan 950s, and I've never felt better. Welcome to my life. Man, that guy calling me a shill convinced me DRS is the way. Good job, DRS guy. You're truly an amazing person for showing us the light. That doesn't, yeah, Stefan, but I'm not gonna like lie to people or like try to convince people to DRS, even though I understand how the illiquidity benefits us. It doesn't benefit them. That would make me no better than Matt Kors or Trey Trades if I did that. Believe me, if I wanted the popularity, I could have gone down the DRS rabbit hole. It's not why I do this. Pickle shill status, I finally made it. Remember when they used to call us pickle lickers? Like homophobia was the way to our hearts. But if you did, you too could get your CDL. Oh wait, I understand. You want to make money off your investment. No. I mean, God, why would you ever want that? So wait, hold on, D Brasco. In your world, you invest money and then that money returns to you in a greater quantity? That sounds like fucking crime, dude. Look at this fucking guy. Who do you work for? Huh? Can he tell you to say that? In my world, I buy options, then my money goes to zero. This is the way. Looks like Linixis FOMO'd. You mean after telling everybody no OPEX last week? It's not that you're supposed to lose money on investments. I think the narrative is that you're supposed to invest money, never realize any profit. You just watch it go up and down and never sell. Which, I mean, if every company in the world had investors like that, fuck, nothing would ever get done. I want to start a company where my investors just never sell my stock. I don't have to do shit. Hey, Girk, thanks for all you do. Been a member for 3 months. Been here every day since March. All corns aren't pores. Puts equal shares. Thanks, Silky Smooth Cerebral Dan. Jay Smart paid him to come here. Jay Smart would have to have money to do that. Pretty sure Jay Smart's net worth is like 25 shares of DRS GME. Actually, does he even have a DRS post? You'd be surprised how many people talk DRS and have never shared their purple circle with anyone. I started watching it, became clear watching it go up and down and never profiting was the SS strategy. So glad you were making those daily updates despite the hate so I could find you. Thanks, man. What's he doing with all his computer share kickbacks? My mom always said never share your purple circle with anyone. Clearly she didn't know about the Dans. Oh boy. Boru. That's a lot to unpack. When would you close your OPEX position if we don't run by the end of the week? Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm already up, so I don't think I have a single option that's red right now. Oh, she knew the Dans. Oh, okay. Would this work? Sell 200 CCs for Jan 2022, use the credit to buy more shares, and repeat until I have no money left. Then lend out all the shares I now have and get leveraged interest. Sure. I feel like that's not, I mean, it works, but it's not, I don't think it's like the best use of your capital. Now I'm upset because the troll made us miss 1269. It happens with or without the troll, JFresh. When purple circles touch, is that how puts are born? Yes. No, my life is so much better since I got rid of that fucking wasp. Under what circumstances would you hold your options through the weekend? They're way up? Don't worry, I timed out the troll, but then I can't argue with them. Carl, god damn it. Half of the fun of doing this is when people come in here to harass me about DRS, and you've taken that away from me. I'm gonna time you out, Carl. No, I'm not. You'd enjoy it too much. But JFresh69 cat needed to be silenced. Fair. Time out Carl for MOASS. Nice toilet wine. To the tune of Kokomo? Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Buying any Visa options? I have 190s. I was gonna pick up 195s, but I didn't. So it's a little late. Do you think you could take the dead wasp, launch it out your window, and hit your neighbor's garbage? No? I mean, I wouldn't even try that. Also, somebody paid for the funeral, so I'm gonna like go down to the bar next door and get like a matchbox and have a little service for him. It's gonna drive me absolutely insane that now one of my monitors is like half a millimeter off from the other one. Oh, I fixed it. Never mind. They're perfect again. What a relief. All right, I'll reserve your timeout for the bull flag breakout. What's your best case scenario going into Thursday? What the fuck does that even mean? Stock go up. These aren't really that complicated. I mean, the mechanics behind them are, but what happens isn't. Man, everyone's so like nervous. Chill the fuck out. Stock goes up, everybody happy. Big happy day. Then we do ouchie down downs, and everyone's happy about that because of cover calls and puts, and then we rinse and repeat till we're all millionaires. Wait, you killed the VWASP? How could you? He was being a bitch. He kept flying at my face. The memories of Freg's Day has them worried. Most of them weren't even here for Freg's Day. What are your plans for BBBY if nothing happens to it for OPEX? Or roll out my August calls to January? By my calculations, I only need 17 more cycles to reach 6-digit net worth. I think the gains compound a lot faster than that. Nice, wild chill hook, Hickok. My entire account blew up on Freg's Day. Yeah. You weren't the only one. Up 2x so far. Thanks, man. Yeah. I mean, it's all on you, man. I didn't buy the options, you did. Congratulations. Didn't on Freg's Day they covered early? This looks nothing like Freg's Day. Not only did they cover early, the number of obligations was significantly lower. It wasn't something we were tracking back then, obviously. You know, the pain of Freg's Day caused us to dive even deeper into what caused these cycles. That and the offsetting of February's OPEX And so I think our understanding of what drives price action in these cycles is far more complete now. Back then, I mean, we knew kind of what was causing it, but we didn't know how to track that obligation count. Is this when I enter the hexagonal iron condor with a double-edged 64-layer Lateran pattern? I need to redo my kitchen. Tile work is expensive. Well, I hope that happens for you. I lost 10K on Jimmy puts recently. Most of my money. Did they not print for you last Monday? I thought everyone made a shitload of money on GME puts last Monday. I mean, I know people mismanage that, but like a forensic analysis of Freg's Day. I mean, we've talked about it a bunch, but they blew off most of their ETF obligations on November 3rd when BBBY announced their share buyback. And then, you know, the rug pull aspect of Freg's Day was due to massive share creation in ETFs and the buying of in the money puts. So that's how they were able to drop the price so quickly. And then, you know, during that period of time, there was also a large downturn in the market as well, which only aided them, right? But approaching November OPEX, obligations were already very low in ETFs. There wasn't that much to hedge off. We still ran through the whole cycle. Like we ran up into Gamma Max, we crossed Gamma Max, the hedge fell apart, and we dropped. Like we expect to do on every OPEX. Unfortunately, at the time, we weren't really tracking that data, and we definitely weren't tracking it daily. So we didn't know that we hit the peak, which was detrimental to basically everyone. I mean, I know I barely got out. Some people got out at a massive loss. Very few made it out of November with a profit. I know a few people sold Monday and didn't get back in, but I think the biggest problem was a lot of people took profits the Friday before as well. And so the options chain was very weak, because it ran up like 30% on the Friday of expiration. There was lots of profit taking, which meant that the chain the following days was far weaker. And then Gamma Max barely rose. I think it rose from like 240 up to like 250-ish. Like, so it barely moved up. There was no continued FOMO because options were so expensive. And so, yeah, it's like we crossed over Monday and then Tuesday morning and then crashed. Or, yeah, Monday and Tuesday morning. It's a lot different than the scenario we're in now. But it's something we keep an eye out for now that we know what to track. I mean, we'll never be in a position where we have the advantage when it comes to data, just because they make as little of that data available to us as possible. How does ETF rebalance and OPEX overlap affect each other? I mean, it was really good for us in March, right? But worse, yeah, it wasn't even that I like diamond handed my calls. It was that I rolled profitable positions up and out, expecting for the run to continue. A lot of people did because we had calls that were so deep in the money already by Monday. And the volume was so low that it was just like we were just waiting for that big rush of volume and it never came. I mean, it did, but it was to the downside. Yeah, still no way to answer that, Yusuf. I don't know what answer you're looking for there. I want the price of the stock to go up. That's the best case scenario for Thursday. So there's a thought they still haven't covered Gex from Friday completely yet. Had to step away for a bit. Volume seems to be a bit low for a full cover. I think the volume's too low for any cover. I think mostly today we've just tracked with SPY. I don't think we're seeing a lot of covering at all, which means that Gex tomorrow will not only be carrying the Gex from Friday, like the market maker will not only be carrying the Gex from Friday tomorrow, but also the gamma exposure from any imbalance today. We're up $6 today already. Thanks, Dominic. I appreciate it, man. Sort of Gex squared, yeah. I mean, what's interesting about this is this kind of builds up the compounding, like that feedback loop that we expect to carry out past OPEX covering is already starting before any OPEX covering has occurred, which is interesting. Potentially could create more upside. Still really hoping to continue to see this diminished volume though for the rest of the day. You think we rip a little when CNS shuts off? Maybe. Going to a meeting, should I mute you or can you be silent for about an hour? Oh, I won't say a word. Yeah. Just let me know when that starts and I'll be completely quiet for an entire hour. Waiting on volume like right now, just the initial run has been smaller today. What waiting on volume? Oh, we're not really waiting on volume today. We don't really want to see a lot of volume today, ideally. We want them to cover into the T+2 day. They have a deferral day because of the holiday. Their settlement's extended. 350 20Cs were sold recently. Interesting. $20 calls. Sold? Are you sure? Or is that just what Shift Search says? That sounds like more in the money call buying. Maybe the bid ask is weird. No problem, I'm about to get some. Everybody for that guy's meeting. What's that, JC? JC's a big shill. Everyone is at his meeting. If you know who he is. You can hear him, I'm in his pocket. Help. Based on hitting the ask, it was bought. Okay. You're a shill. Your prediction so far is right. Stagnation. Yeah. Up a little though, which is bullish, right? I mean, nice pressure. But yeah, stagnant. Stagnant's good. Look at Revlon. Oh, I just don't care. Yay. It's up 50%. Eh. It was out of Philly. Our boy Yas still got some sass. Yes. He's got a thick Yas. Fucking motherfucking Susquehanna. Feedback loop same like infinity pool? No. JFresh, does it ever just blow your mind how much we've figured out given how limited our data is? No, Sus is watching FTDs. Yeah, they are. I DM'd you a picture that explains where we are in the cycle. It better not be a dick pic. Okay, that's what I like to see. So, right before covering. Should I show this to people? I don't want them getting excited because everyone's very calm right now. And then I have to deal with them getting excited again, which leads to them getting nervous, which leads to questions like, what do I do with these calls? And what's the best method to handle my particular position? Ah, fuck it. Excite me, I dare you. Entropy about to go pop. Looks like liquidity's drying up too, right, Dork? If I'm reading that correctly. Like they're pushing back against the drying up liquidity. It's hard to see on just the picture, but very zoomed in. Lots of ETFs containing GME are dropping like crazy in the same way. Yep. Kind of hard to use the ETFs to short GameStop when they're rebalancing. That wasn't exciting at all. You didn't even tell us which weeklies to buy. Exactly. The new GameStop wall looks pretty uninspiring, run of the mill, and the NFT marketplace is far from groundbreaking. I feel sure it changed a bit. Am I the only one? I don't know. My hope or bullishness for GameStop moving forward had never had anything to do with fucking NFTs. I don't know why that's like the hype thing people picked up on, but the e-commerce side of the business is far more valuable, at least in the near term. Maybe 5 years from now, the NFT marketplace will have a foothold and more use cases, but right now I think people should be focusing on the stuff they talk about far less. Like in April some of the fulfillment centers just started to open up. GameStop improving e-commerce sales. That's where we want to see them move for significant improvement in market cap. Yeah, there's always a million potential short squeezes. Shill, FUD, yeah, blah blah blah. It's so crazy to think that Ryan Cohen, e-commerce expert, wouldn't be best at starting another e-commerce company. How crazy of me to think that. Hey Girk, generally, how do we maximize gains on the eventual downside of these runs? Buy puts or cover calls at the money, in the money for 1 to 2 weeks out once the underlying hits gamma max. Usually after gamma max, once the call side of the chain starts to break down and we see long capitulation, yeah, at the money puts or slightly out of the money puts, and uh, at the money or slightly in the money cover calls. You have to make sure that the options chain is starting to break down and longs are losing their foothold, though. Depending on how strong the feedback loop is through the market maker side, you can see more spikes as it starts to peter out, much like we did in March, right? It took quite a while for the gamma exposure to unwind in March fully. Can you explain some context with JFresh's image? He's a cat with sunglasses. Yeah, I'm not teaming up with Astro. That guy's a moron. The DD that he stole wasn't even that great, and his understanding of it was atrocious. He's tried to steal just about everyone's shit and repurpose it for AMC. Not a big fan. But I guess that's like the Mo Money Astro Roland way. Right? Just steal other people's shit, try to make a name for yourself with it. Instead of having an original idea. Gurk, the nail file on my fingernail clippers just fell off and seems to have dematerialized when it hit the floor. Do you have any advice? Maybe get like a magnetic sweeper. It's only like $30 to get back the other half of your nail clipper. Did you read my DD I posted? Do you agree? Probably not. That's funny, Bob. A $5 collateral roll why stocks like Rev and Red RDBX doing their thing. Also, just like tons of retail interest because they're cheap. So it kind of blows out of proportion what would otherwise be a very muted event. By the way, I want a Catholic funeral service for the VWAPs. Sorry, it's non-denominational. I think many people were thinking NFT marketplaces where Jamie wants to carve out their business, but it's just an extra service they want to offer. Absolute sales is where they're headed. I think it's a distraction while they build up the e-commerce side, frankly. Something to keep the shareholders complacent while they, because an e-commerce build out takes a very long time. It's not short, right? But if they succeed and they capture that sector from bigger players like Amazon and stuff, they could really take off. Like if they can capture Best Buy, Newegg, Amazon's business on that side of things, especially like if they move into like recycled PC components or refurbished PC components, they could really kill it. Traditionally, if BBBI runs with GME on OPEX, does it peak at the same time as GME? No. Usually offset. Different covering, different ETFs. I think IWM's a little delayed in the cycle. As far as like when their rebalance ends. Distracting to GME or by GME? By GME? Like I think they're just dropping that to like placate investors while they build up e-commerce behind the scenes. Do you agree options are overpriced right now? Oh yeah, absolutely. They started pricing them up last week. If I send you my do puts cost same like shares DD, can you critique it for me? Sure. What industry would you be in if not for the finance stock market? Well, at one point I became really disillusioned with finance and I worked in logistics for like 4 years almost. It was okay. I mean, it was easy. Will you ever play puts cost same like share song? Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. It depends on how bullish I'm feeling, Dan for hire. I like to have those on the back burner when I want to demonetize the stream. I thought you were like mid-20s. Sure. What a lovely compliment. No, it wasn't all the crime. It was just the work days were long. The rewards didn't seem worth it. I just got offered a senior position at work with direct reports. Wait, did your boss die of COVID? Is this what we were talking about? Your strategic repositioning? Put my boss's boss down as reference for an interview I have. Nothing like a little leverage. More monitors for stocks plus money. I'm sorry if you already answered this. When do you think a stock split will occur? I mean, I don't think they're going to split it at prices this low. I think if they're going to announce a split anytime soon, it'll be higher in the run up during OPEX or something when the price is high. Thanks, Mr. Little Pickle. Can we get an I Could Be Green song? I want to see Ken Griffin and Searsucker. Well, first off, I'm not playing that video because it's the old version of the song. Second of all, I already said I'm not playing the song until we cross 150. We want boring. What? You can't wait a day for the spiciness? Wi-Fi for fan? Boring's good. And it's not boring. I mean, I killed a wasp. We discussed the mechanics of me getting rid of my neighbor's garbage can. I made okay money when I worked in logistics. I was a VP, so I had a decent salary. And I'm still to this day not entirely sure what my job was supposed to be. I can assuredly say I never did it. You know, boring today because it means harder rip later. Stop reminding me of VWasp. It still hurts. I have a Profitec Pro 600. It's all right. I kind of wish I went with something else, but it's fine. Can confirm with that description that you were a VP. I mean, this is how my workday went. I would I would go into work and I would day trade, like paper trade, until about noon. Then I would go to lunch. Then I would come back from lunch. I would check our inventory and like our various warehouses. I would take a nap. Maybe I'd have a meeting at like 3 or 4 o'clock. I'd go to that and then I'd go home. Can we get a Cena song today? It's my favorite. Give some of the Schoolhouse Rock vibes. Possibly when we approach the close of Cena's. As long as Yasli is on the sass, your call still have some gas. You're really trying to find the fun in the flat day today, aren't you, Jay Fresh? Would you be able to edit your Wyckoff DD to provide more sources beyond the linked SEC file S7-1615? Sure. And in what regard? Like, what sources are you looking for specifically? I think most of it's pretty easily found, but like the creation redemption process, I've linked a lot of that stuff in previous DDs. I could probably get it all together in one place if I have the motivation. Sounds like you were underpaid. I know, right? I I didn't even really manage anybody. Like there was a dude below me who was the warehouse managers. Like, well, he was the warehouse manager, and then below him were like other warehouse managers that managed each individual warehouse throughout the state. Um, and like he always did his job, so I never had anything to do. I have a friend who's just taken a leak off a back porch and a red wasp got him on the weenus. Ow, fuck. That's rough, John Jarbanks. I used to go to Losal racetrack because it was right next door and come back and count how many baskets were missing. I've asked some questions for like 2 weeks now with no response. Can anyone see this? Am I real? What did you ask, Rusty? Weird. Maybe you were like shadow banned. I can't confirm if you're real or not. Sorry, but I can probably answer your question. Well, no, the interview process when I got the job was super intense. It was like a 4-part interview. Um, and then once I started the job, no one ever really told me what I was supposed to do. And I never asked. And it just stayed that way for a long time. Has anyone heard from Rusty? Well, I don't know if your questions are dumb if I don't see them. How shadow banned am I on a scale of 1 to yes? Ugh. 1. Going to the horse races while I was getting paid for a job I wasn't doing was likely where the beginning of my degeneracy started. Yeah, now you just analyze stocks all day while we're working at your actual career position. Where you're about to be promoted. Was the morning run just Gex? No, I think it was just active fund trading. How did the job end? I quit. I saved up enough money that I could just like go day trade and I quit. Here's my problem. He's still not asking. It's okay. I'm just glad to be a real human being. God damn it, Rusty. Ask me the fucking question. We've confirmed you exist. Now I want to know the question. You mentioned selling CCs is more profitable on GameStop than selling shares. Could you explain? Well, you can sell CCs a bunch. You can only sell shares once. Right? Could have just had Jimmy stream in your office every day. That could have been interesting. Lenixis is all in this run. I thought he said it wasn't going to happen. Has our bullishness overwhelmed him? Turd, do you know what's going on? Do you have all of your OPEX position open? Yeah, well, what I intend to buy for now, yes. It's about 60% of my capital's in at this point. Someone on the Discord might have seen it at some point, or seen some of it. Linux has changed his mind. He saw XRC and went, oh yeah, run. What data? Oh, whatever. Anyway, he just bought a ton of weeklies. He's such a fucking degen. You're still not shadow banned, Popcorn Trader. Enabling more info about how reg show affects ETF FTDs. or more info on how FTDs are cycled through CNS and the underlying mechanisms at use. Need more than one SEC filing, please. You know, you could just go look them up. I mean, you're talking about far more than one SEC filing, and if your question is, will I personally go out and get the 200 papers that are referencing the thing you're talking about and compile them in one place for you? Fuck no. I can help you with some of the broader points there, but all of it, no. Don't act like you don't have any weeklies right now. I don't. I have 0 weeklies currently. All right, no problem, Rusty. Freg's Day was the day I was very sad, man. Freg's Day was the day I almost became a Dan. Freg's Day was the day I wanted to sieve up, but all I saw were 2 girls and 1 cop. Oh, Dwayne the Long Johnson, you son of a bitch. Thanks, man. This went all in on June 24. When do I sell? No, shadow banned. You're not shadow banned. On a scale of 0 to me being shadow banned, how Italian are you? 50%. I don't know who that is. Stevie. He gets brought up a lot, but his existence is meaningless to me. What are your thoughts on AMC as a squeeze play? It's complete shit. It's super liquid. The fucking board of directors has been selling all of their stock into the hands of apes that are for some reason more than willing to buy it for the last fucking year, and the company is operating on a dying business model in the middle of a pandemic. So yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm super bullish on AMC either. Been in meetings, how do we feel the last 2 hours? Fine. It's just like a really boring kind of flat day. Can you speak Italian? Uh, Not really. Pretty good, popcorn trader. Is this the run, or am I gonna get freaking rich? I don't know. You got calls? But gold mine. Gold mines have to actually mine gold first. You want me to protect the resistance? Alright. We'll deploy Stefan. I have 5 meetings and a dentist appointment this week. I might have some bathroom emergencies, if you know what I mean. Oh, I do. What's the 140-41 line for again? It's just a support. If they just opened up AMC to its true potential, where Dans could operate their services, maybe they'd pay off their debt. Maybe. Deploy Carl. Viva la resistance. Don't worry. HMYC or whatever the fucking Highcroft Mining hasn't ever made any profits. So Diesel's not eating into them. They just never existed in the first place. OPEX is like a college final exam where you're the professor. You spend the entire semester teaching us what we need to know, but we don't start asking for help until the day before. Yeah, I know. Don't have a bathroom emergency on the dentist. They don't like that. Fair. Yeah, just DM me. I'll send you some of the academic papers and like some of the regulations surrounding that. What are these June $20 calls? Just $4 million arbitrage? No, they're probably they're coming off the Philadelphia exchange again. They're probably exercising in the money calls to generate reversal trades to clear FTDs. Can Freg's Day Part 2 be called Bob Vance Refrigeration Day or something about that Bob guy is just cold hearted? It can start a day or two later because of the holiday. I got hammered, slept through the final, and I'm now asking for bonus points to not fail, even though I come to class and play Candy Crush on my phone. Is it better that we run into Gamma Max in one day? Or is it better that we run multiple days into Gamma Max this week? It's better that Gamma Max continues to increase as we run up. Today's what you were looking for, right? Mild ups, flattish with no higher than normal volume. Yeah. And ideally ending the day sub 3 million volume would be perfect. I don't think it'll happen, but we haven't traded very much volume in like the last hour, so the latest they can cover this is by Thursday, Friday, right? Technically, Friday at market open, the orders have to be placed. So the latest they can cover is into Friday, unless we halt into close on Friday, in which case covering could be extended to Monday. I don't think that's gonna happen, but it's a possibility. I'm excited. We got actively shorted today. Bullish. It wasn't very effective. I'm back. You can talk again. Oh, I'd never stopped, JC. Sorry. Think they're expecting it to crash after JPOW talks? JPOW's not going to say shit to Congress, all right? Have you seen his previous congressional testimonies? He's not giving them any more. He's going to give them less than he gives the press. What's the significance of that 3 million volume mark specifically? We don't want to see them covering anything today, and we want volume to remain low in order to halt the in order to slow the offsetting of obligations through CNS. Remember, CNS requires volume. I I'm not sure if the company's still around. I think they got bought out, not like maybe a year after I left. Someone came in and bought them out. Based on their currently diminished capacity for shorting us, on top of their diminished time between cycles, now to let the price IV bleed, what could stop the lows highs from rising each time? Oh, I mean, they'll continue to rise if that continues to be the case. Do you think they push this down into close? I mean, they just tried to break the resistance there, I think, a little bit and failed. So, thanks, Noah. I hereby challenge the mighty potato to a spud off. Okay, but can you guys take that somewhere else? Ooh. Some volume there. Curious. What would be a good entry to pick up more calls before running back to 135? But we're already above 135. This is some serious push. I'm impressed. Freg's Day PTSD incoming. Yeah, I don't think us slipping fucking 66 cents is Freg's Day, but 800 August 19 190C sold. Jesus Christ. Why? Did Pulte accidentally buy puts? Housing market report? Wasn't that earlier today? Also, why the fuck would that affect us? The existing home sales was at 10 a.m. That was hours ago. Regular weeklies is going a $1.20 down the highway, all riled up on Mountain Dew. Oh boy. How bad of an idea are BBY 750 calls for the 24th? Terrible. We're inversing the SPY all of a sudden. Woo. Yeah. I mean, Turd said there was a 800 contract block that just got sold off. I remember when I was a respected member of this community. When the fuck was that? Can they buy that block back? I don't know why they sold it. AMD did something similar. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Still trading at the same price. They sold it to dump the price below 140, so those calls don't need to be hedged tomorrow. Maybe. I think AMD will drop below 80 again. I made a good chunk off the last play, trying to get back in on it. I think if the SPY continues to rally, then AMD is gonna see some upside. It's already up like 3% today. Yeah, this doesn't seem like the fabled rug pull. Seems like just another stair step down to try to get the price a little lower. Don't you love how people forget every OPEX that we don't run on T+1 and panic when it's flat? Yeah. Do you think that Moonwind is really just Kevin Spacey trading under an alias now that no one will hire him? Could be. Oh, should I order some lunch? I'm kind of hungry. Do, 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 do. Uh, that's funny. I said I was hungry and I immediately get a notification from Uber Eats for 40% off. Tim Apple. I mean, Apple's fine, right? They just sell the same shit over and over and over again, and people keep buying it. And they're like, oh no, but look at these massive upgrades. Thoughts on October 390C? I mean, they're not going to go in the money. Order a pizza. I want to see a New York slice. I could get pizza.
Question is it going to be delivered? So the place I want to eat at doesn't. They said there was an 800 block sold off. Was that sold puts or calls, or was it sell to close? I think, well, I didn't say it. Turd said that he saw like 800 800 August 190 contracts sold. You can take a look at it. What time was it? 1406. Wait. That ain't popped up yet. That's weird. So not a lot of big institutional moves today. I don't see the August calls on here. Stock option floor on Amex. Oh, okay, so it was a floor trade. Only a delta value of what? 32,000 shares? Yeah, it's about a 30,000 share sell off. Yeah, the downward price action's ideal for the coming days. This flat, low volume price action is ideal. Because we want them to cover over a shorter period of time. It creates a larger volume, more volatile covering. 800 screenshot in the Discord. Where in the Discord? Why would you buy spy puts this week? I took my mom's retirement money and bet it all on BBY 10Cs for 624. Am I gonna have to send her back to work in the mines? Probably. Yeah, if you just post a screenshot in the Discord, Sean, I'm never gonna see it. If you DM it to me, I can see it.
tagged you? I don't know if that's gonna help. Ugh. I'm gonna go digging through the poor chat for. That looks like it. Yeah, they're sold at the bid. Probably sold, yeah. I'm assuming because of the drop in price, they were previously open, so it's not like an increase in OI. I bought some calls today. A few. I bought some like 500s this morning. I bought more 160s. I bought some more 200s this morning also. I see him, Palladir. Thanks, man. Someone need Jimmy below 140 for margin? No, I think it's more about just controlling the price today and not letting it slip too high. Also, just taking advantage of the drop in price, right? Like, who knows? That could have been part of like a spread, and they had to sell. This was underperforming, or as an IV play, and IV was ticking down, so they wanted to drop it. So attempting to finish my OPEX position today. This dip looks lush. It was nice. It's now over. I want to, but the flat is very good for the implied volatility, right? The far dated calls are already 2x, and I blame you. Expect to see me in court. I want more calls, but 160s cost more than my previously purchased 145s. Yeah, that's a thing that happens. I bought 715 180s. You think too far out of the money? I have a bunch of those. They're not bad. There's nothing wrong with them. Damn. Yahoo Finance is telling me BBY is overvalued. Time to sell. I mean, do you get all of your stock advice from Yahoo Finance? Is a good idea to sell 950cc at the peak while IV is high over 1.2k and then buy back at 50% profit? Still be ready for at the money CC once turnaround is confirmed. If you can nail the timing, sure. Although I feel like you're gonna still overshoot your window there a bit. Yes, and it's where I do TA. I know, I've seen your technical analysis. Thoughts on Tesla? Hold calls overnight that if 2x, roll profit into GME, or do you think Tesla has more room to go up this week? Thanks. I bought my calls for July 15th, so I'm gonna continue to hold them. But I'm at like in the 650 range and 675. So I'm super deep in the money already. If you're not, that's a little bit of a different story. I don't have a video on CSPs yet. Um, this is a great time to sell CSPs on AMD if you want to buy it at like $80 probably. Like if you're willing to buy it at that price. I don't think 80 is a terrible price for AMD, but was it true you promised to rip off your shirt at 180? No. Is BBBY low volume bullish? Could be, we'll see. I don't know how hard BBBY is going to run for OPEX. But if it breaks through the put wall, it can really move. Pretty sure there's a no return policy on stocks. Hoo-ha. No, I have lots of out of the money calls. I mean, by leverage, I have far more out of the money calls than near the money calls. Notionally, I've spent a lot more money on near the money calls than far out of the money calls. And yes, I took more risk when I had a smaller portfolio. In some instances, but like my standard trading, no. Very specific plays, yes, I took more risk than I probably should have, but it worked out most of the time. On out of the money stuff like that, like high risk, like something like OPEX that's super risky. I take more risk now than I did back then. There is an argument for taking on more risk when you have a smaller portfolio in order to grow your portfolio faster, but you also increase your chances of blowing it up. Yeah, I saw the Philly trades turd on the in the money calls. It looks like they're still trying to wash FTDs today, which I mean makes me think that they're not covering shit, right? At least not today. So I don't think any of today's price action has really been covering. Delta neutral, gamma max, Vega neutral, Ben H. Do you think one reason we haven't had a market crash yet is because retail's not selling? No. Is some of this active shorting? Yeah, I think so. Probably a little bit after that sale, they dumped some shares to try to break that resistance down. We're coming back up over it now, though. Still very, very low volume. How much volume have we traded in like the last hour? Let's go to the 240,000. So less than a million volume in the last 3.5 hours. In the last half hour, that can't be fucking right. Oh, okay, that's in the last half hour we traded 240,000 total volume. Yeah, like 800,000 volume in the last three hours. That's good. That's what we want. We want that illiquidity crunch. This is actually more bullish than it is bearish. No, I don't think Nave Gex was covered from Friday at all. There's no way the market maker doesn't let that exposure float another day before covering, right? Especially with the FINRA deferral. I mean, they don't want to cover on T+1. You don't, if you're covering, you don't throw money away that you can deploy somewhere else in the meantime. No one ever pays their bills early. This isn't like a household, right? How much capital do you need to be an MM? 500 million cash, at least 1.5 billion ideally. Check your DMs so Moonwind doesn't get weird. Greatest trader of our generation. But you're down like $40,000. How? When did you buy these? Oh, Jesus Christ. Nope. Am I an MM? No. Bought my calls Thursday. I'm big chillin'. Nice. How do I get my eyes to, and can I get Brad Pitt to come make it easier? And if you can afford an ISDA, I'm sure you could get Brad Pitt to show up for the meeting. How much capital do I need to be considered a friend? None. Just curious, are you currently playing or planning on doing options on the SPY? If so, what plays? I bought SPY calls last week. That I'm still in. I don't think I'm gonna buy any more of them. Maybe if I start to see it like lift up into end of day, I'll pick up some like 380s. But that's probably about as far as I'm gonna go on it. I bought a lot of stuff last week when I was like dicking around with GameStop options. So I bought into like Visa, Tesla, Cat. I bought SPY calls last Friday morning. Um, like I was planning for a like a bear rally already. So I don't really know how much more I'm going to buy on that front this week. I got some IWM positions today, this morning. That's been okay. The SPY test 385. What's your thoughts on SPY 350p for early August? Why so far out of the money? Like, why take the risk that it'll hit a new low? That's my question. I don't understand that mindset. Even if it does, like you're targeting like so you're targeting like here, right? So you're assuming that it's gonna rally, fail, and then come back down even further. But not only are you assuming they'll come back down further, you need it to go below that, right? To really profit. Why not just target like right here? Like, why not target the same low? And then if it surpasses it, your thesis plays out. I don't understand when people are like, I'm gonna buy the farthest possible call and hope it prints, as opposed to just buying one that is likely to print. Like, I expected Tesla to run back to 700, but I didn't buy any fucking 700s, right? I understand being poor, but then just take on less leverage. One call that prints hard is better than 10 that don't ever fucking break even. That's just greed, right? That's not poor, that's greed. There's a difference. I don't know, just a thought. I understand that sometimes those plays are successful. And don't get me wrong, there's moments where I too use them, but they're not ideal, like especially for like a swing. But you have to like you can't let that control your decision making. Like, yeah, you could buy a lot of like 350, like when the SPY peaks, say it peaks at like 410, right? Or 408, that range. And you can buy 350 puts very cheap, and you could get a lot of leverage on this strike. You might be able to buy like 10, 20 contracts because they're so far out of the money. But, they may never print, right? Like the price may never fall below 350. But if you got like 380s and half the number of contracts, then, if the price just drops to 360 again, you're making, $20 returns per contract. So even if you have half the number of contracts, like you're going to make far more money off of that reduced leverage position going deep in the money versus the other position maybe not going in the money at all. Did you just say SPY going over 400 again, this recovery? It could break 400 again. We'll see. I mean, again, we're not seeing a lot of the covering occur, but yeah, it's perfectly possible that it like at least trends back up in this range. Ah. It's so weird on the daily. Let me just go out to the 4-hour. These are better with the overnights. So if it breaks this, 390 on the low end, just at 400 on the high end. Like I could see it testing 400. Probably another leg down before it really moves up though. Like I think it'll move up and break, but maybe like 380 and then recover a little, probably back into like the 375 range before moving back up. And then on the second move up, I think it could probably hit. It can come close to the 400 range. I don't know if it'll actually test 400. I'm not really thinking about like the reverse head and shoulders. I'm more thinking about like how the short positions are going to roll forward on the SPY and how that played out in previous like SLD settlement periods. Usually it's like a small move up followed shortly after by a bigger move up, and then it fails and when the economic data starts coming in and towards the middle of the month. And his CPI comes in shit again at like this coming month, then you know what's the Fed gonna do? Move up to 1.0? Maybe. Given that we know our approximate time frame, isn't slow and steady preferable so GM can keep up and be pushed up, as opposed to just blasting straight up and blowing through GM early? Oh yeah, it's much better. Like, in August we blew through Gamma Max really early, like the first day I think. So it's not ideal. It kind of just kills the rest of the price action for the run. It's definitely better if we move up like this, honestly. Like with the amount of call buying we're seeing today, this is kind of perfect. Like a nice, strong morning leading to some call buying, followed by some consolidation into the afternoon. So like smarter players are more willing to get in. And then, you know, a stronger move up the following day. All my gains on the day is gone. How? We're up $5. Did you buy weeklies? Oh wait, I didn't order food. Ow. Damn it. The pizza place I want to go to is not open yet. It's fucking bullshit. Are we just in a fat bull flag? I mean, I think we hit the upper range of like our resistance here and got rejected. Right? From this morning. Probably recover in like the 137 range before moving up, which is I think about where we're trading right now, right? Yeah, roughly. Close enough. Sometimes you just need to look at the big picture, though. No, the VWAS didn't get me. I got him. I thought your city never slept. I mean, they do. It's just during the day. I don't know. I don't eat food that comes off of vehicles. CNS is always a factor. It's continuous. It's in the description. Did you see the XRT chart? No, because I don't look at the Discord, dork. Oh. See, that's fun. Which one is which? Also, why is this showing dates from like 2008? Snobby? Yeah. Top chart is the integral. Bottom chart is some of what Turd was charting. Okay. Can we get that like zoomed in like the yearly? This year? Because like that shit in like 2009, that's from like the regulation change when the ETFs like did their big rebalance thing. It's not used for, it's not covering the, well, it is covering. They're using it to cover FTDs though. I meant CNS closing at 310 and potential price drops. Oh, yeah, we could drop after CNS closes. Drop or go up. I mean, I would say would currently, it's probably more likely that we drop off of CNS. But it's sort of a coin flip. It's hard to say because you need to know if like the expression we saw today was net short or net long. And that's really hard to determine. Outside of like the key dates that we track. Bar rate's creeping up. Good. Dude, I can't find a fucking, how is this possible? All these fucking pizza places are closed. This is bullshit. Whatever, I'll just get this. Shift search image is showing June 24th. Bar rate creeping up. Everyone's saying poor Pulsey. Like, I didn't make a deal with a witch making me a billionaire business genius in exchange for cursing all my descendants. Congratulations on the success of your curse, Pulsey's Poppy. Pappy. All pizza restaurants closed to commemorate Freg's Day. They're all watching their options. How much do you tip delivery drivers? I don't know, like 20% usually. It depends on how far they have to go, if it's like raining or not. How can you explain this crime? None has occurred. Good man. Yeah, of course. You know, usually when I get something like delivered, I'll like invite them in, see if they want an espresso. They they get really weirded out by that though, so I stopped doing it. People told me that I shouldn't invite strangers into my house. What do you tip if it's 100 degrees and humid as fuck? I don't know. The fucking guy's coming like he's like transporting it 2 blocks. I mean, I feel like 20% is sufficient. He doesn't even bring it up to my apartment, right? They just leave it at the front desk. How do you make new friends if you don't invite them into your home? Exactly. You have a front desk that narrows down the search? Not really. Why do we trade GME when Tesla's the champ? Oh, because nobody can afford options on Tesla. Well, some people can, but most people can't. What do I get on my pizza? I want pepperoni. Do I want pepperoni? Hot peppers. Ooh. Prosciutto, arugula, and chili oil. That's just fucking gross. Um, mushrooms? There's some mushrooms on there. All right. The wrong fucking size pizza. Hmm. Hmm. Get like a salad or something? There's no vegetables on that. Blasphemy. I'm not getting a fucking pineapple. Cherry pepper and sausage. Yeah, you know, I'd order sausage from this place, but I don't like the sausage they use. It's like those like sausage balls. That's gross. What's your what's your experience with the wheel strategy? And would Tesla be a good choice for that? I mean, Tesla's a very profitable choice for wheeling. It's also extremely risky. So if you can nail the wheel on Tesla, then you can, like, I just sold a bunch of CSPs on Tesla when it bottomed out last week. But like it's still super fucking risky. If you get assigned, I mean it's gonna cost you a shitload of money to buy those shares. And if you don't understand Tesla really well, and you don't know its like key support and resistances and understand how it trades, you can lose a lot of fucking money on it. Like, and even in Pickles picks, I very rarely bring up Tesla. Like, I brought it up last night because the run was pretty obvious, but yeah, it's you can lose a lot of money really fast. I subbed for food hacks, but today I listened to you in the quants, not financial advice, and came out today with a 20% gain. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, man. Congratulations. Don't worry, there's more to come, I think. New stream idea: reading out ingredients as a question. Turmeric? No, no, no. Too much lead in it. Shouldn't have a lot of turmeric in your diet. Run hard tomorrow, stay to 190. What do you think happens Thursday? We run more? Well, we'll probably recover. I don't think we're gonna run that hard tomorrow. Relax. I didn't sell it today's high. Did I miss the rip? No. Oh, see, that's much better. Thank you. I I do want to tell you that this kind of just looks like the chart for XRT. But it's interesting. And you can see pretty definitively how hard it's been used since October for creation. So that's nice. Did you guys see where I got like fucking nailed in the nose? So I helped my friend move yesterday, and his fucking couch hit me in the nose when I was like lifting it up into the truck. Like the frame fell onto my nose. So I have like this big fucking welt right here. It hurts like a bitch. Cream-colored ponies and crisp apple strudels, doorbells and sleigh bells and schnitzel with noodles, wild geese that fly with the moon on their wings. These are a few of my favorite things. Girls in white dresses with blue satin sashes, snowflakes that stay on my nose and eyelashes, silver white winters that melt into spring. These are a few of... That's Sound of Music. That's the... You're doing the Sound of Music? Is that... Are we just copy and pasting the lyrics in chat? What the fuck are you up to, you gold foil jumpsuit? It was above my head. And then he fucking dropped his end and I was like looking up and it just fucking landed right on my nose. Do you expect upward pressure from CNIS? It says price action positive going into the rest of OPEX. I mean, it looks good, yeah. This is kind of within expectations for T+1. I don't know if we're gonna get upward pressure in 10 minutes when CNS closes. We might not. We might get a downward move. But all in all, I expect us to close out the day still green. Or they short hard before they cover tomorrow. Might even be more bullish. Did you evict your friend? No, different buddy. I scored a Viking range for 500 bucks. Nice. Need me to kiss it? No, it's okay. Ouch. Anything today change your thesis on IWM? I assume not, but wanted to clarify. No. I have some decent time on those. I think IWM still looks good for a continued move up. I think the whole market does. I think we're gonna see continued upward price action for a few days. No, I still haven't finished ordering my pizza. I was deciding on a salad, I believe. Maybe I should just get some like sauteed broccoli or something. Is that an option? Spinach? It could be good.
Spinach salad? It's so tough. Hmm. You know, it's kind of hot today. I think I'll go with the salad. Ooh. Mediterranean salad. Caesar? No. Let's do this. There we go. Cool. I'm just trying to offer you pizza options. Oh, thanks. Have you ever done broccoli on your pizza before? Yeah, pretty often. I like it on white pizza better, but I've done it on I do it on both every once in a while. I've never dropped a couch on you. Can we be friends? Racist? What's racist? 7-1s are a poor time frame to considering entering into for this OPEC cycle, particularly if we see a decent drop into close. They're not terrible. I'm probably gonna pick some up, but more likely next week. Or the 8th expiration. I've had jalapeno on pizza. I'm not a big fan. You know what I really don't like is I don't like jarred jalapenos. It's fucking disgusting. I don't know how anybody eats those. It's like the ones that are like pickled. They're just fucking gross. Every time those are served with my food, I feel like I'm getting nachos in like Indiana. I'm being asked to post nudes in Modcord. No. They'll be removed from Modcord. I love jalapenos, but I'm not gonna eat any fucking jalapenos that come out of a jar. Never thought I'd stick around to listen to someone hum and haw about what they want for lunch, let alone pay for it. Here we are. Treat yourself to an extra topping on me, brother. Thanks. I appreciate that, Rhino M. I already went with 3 toppings. I feel like if I did another one, it's gonna water it down, you know? And then you get like a wet pizza. No one wants a wet fucking pizza, right? I sold pickled serrano chilies. Okay. I'm specifically referring to they're probably not bad. I'm specifically referring to the like
canned fucking vinegar jalapenos that people put on shit to add flavor because they don't know how to cook. Can you speak faster? I'm used to hearing you at 2x speed, and I realized I like the sound of your chipmunk gurk better than your actual voice. I'm just going to speak extra slow now, Nesquick. I'm going to talk at 0.5 speed and ruin your experience. Thanks for letting me know. This is how the stream will be conducted from now on. You can't do this. I was almost there. Can you do the Slingblade voice? No. We talked about Astro earlier. The opportunity's gone now. Ooh, should I add a smoothie on? Oh, never mind. I'm getting some fucking milk tea. Thai tea? Fuck yeah. Hold on. I have to order boom. I'm not missing MOASS. Relax. Your Domino's has a weird menu. Pizza and Thai tea? Well, the Thai tea is for later. Mr. Ko-Fi? Oh, shit. Everybody, this person is wrong. The best pizza is one that's topped with Alfredo sauce, no cheese, pineapples, and that lime chili salt stuff. Okay, Gordon Ramsay. I'll handle the pizza. You handle the Wellington, okay? That wasn't me. July 8th, 170C safe. Turd, I can only assume that's you. Are they safe? I don't know. They might print though. How was your entry? Did you get it towards the end of the day today? Have you ever had pickles on pizza? No. No. Yeah, of course I got no ice. Are you ordering from multiple places? Yeah. Revlon might be getting bought out. Haven't confirmed the source yet. Interesting. Gordon Ramsay's highly against pineapple on pizza. Good. Green olives? Yeah. I got green olives on the pizza. The ones I can never pronounce. It's like Castle Voltrano, something like that. No, not Kalamata. Ew. On pizza? Too salty. I love Kalamata olives, but they're not on pizza. Yeah, and Kalamata olives are like dark purple or more like closer to black. These are green. I've never had capers on pizza. I don't think. Maybe. No, maybe not. Castle Voltrano? Vetrano? Yeah, those. I've had anchovy on pizza before. It's also not my favorite. Castlevania olives. Cenis is making the spy happy. It's not doing a lot for GameStop. I mean, we ran up into the close of it, but then kind of nothing. Looks like we close in this range. I know we're very zoomed in, but the day overall is solid. Let's go back to another T+1 day. On like, let's see, the 5 minute? Yeah, let's look at the 5 minute. Let's go back to what? Let's go back to March. So March 18th was the expiration date. So here's the expiration. Here's T1. It's like the exact same fucking day, right? We might have had a little more volatility in the morning on the March 21st, but I mean, overall, like almost exactly the same on the 5 minute. Like here, I'll go back, but and then what did 322 do? Oh, it went straight the fuck up. Serious Black Sean event capabilities. Thanks, Sean. Pizza idea: tartar sauce, provolone cheese. Ew. No, no cheese, and definitely no tilapia. Tilapia is a garbage fish. $6.22, same like $3.22. We'll find out. You're a garbage fish. How many times a day is Gamma Max updated? Once in the morning. It's a trash fish. Thank you, sir. Blackened halibut with chili oil, parmesan, and lemon zest, but no cheese, right? That might not be so bad. I've had like seared tuna. That was okay. I think it was like seared tuna with I forget what else is on it actually. Trying to remember that. God, that was a long time ago. I just had fresh bluefin that I caught in the Pacific last week. Unbelievable. Yeah, good stuff. No, it didn't have cheese on it. He's the poor fish on Sesame Street. Children knocking on his can telling him to get it together. Grouch, no weeklies. Grouch, get a job. Grouch. Grouch was just there to normalize crazy homeless people to children, right? Did I get a haircut? No. I just look great today. Cheese on my fillet of fish is good. You guys are all wrong. Fillet of fish, same like tilapia? Have you entered all of your positions for this OPEX? No, but pretty much all the ones I'm going to enter for now. Fillet of fish is cod? Really? That seems like too good to be true. I don't fucking believe that. There's no way it's cod. Not at those price points. Really sorry to make you repeat yourself. You've already said this, but assuming there's covering this week that leads to a gamma ramp the next week, how will we know when we're peaking on that ramp? When we cross gamma max. But what's in the fillet of fish patty? Pollock. Yeah. Fillet of fish is pollock. Sustainable. It's Alaskan pollock sourced from 100% sustainable fisheries. Supposedly. It's dolphin. It's pigeon whale. No. It used to be cod. Oh, okay. Where are your green olives sourced from, huh? I don't fucking know. Spain? I don't give a shit. They sustainably ran out of COD and switched to sustainably running out of Pollock. I mean, yeah. Don't talk to Subway Cup about his tuna. He gets really pissy. Soylent fish? I mean, you're fucking eating at McDonald's. I don't know what you expect. After you've made the decision to go eat it at McDonald's, you deserve what you get. $150 weekly is good end of day. Especially since we'll see VUP. Not horribly priced. I just still don't like weeklies. No, it's Pollock. I just checked their website. It's not cod. It is Alaskan Pollock. With a P. Did you buy more July 15s today near the money or farther out of the money? Farther out of the money, 175 and 190. Can you draw a triangle? Help the boy out a little. I don't know if it needs my help. I don't want to mess anything up. But do you like fish sticks? No, I do not like fish sticks. No, Revlon's not in the retail basket. It's a distraction. You're gonna get burned on it. You missed the party. Your triangles are like a weighted blanket for my anxious brain. Jesus Christ. So you're a cis fish? Interesting. Isn't that Sisyphus? Yeah. Same like. More down. Back to 138.80. Hey, do you guys notice that we're still under 3 million volume? How fucking crazy is that? Have you had lionfish? Yes. I had like lionfish sashimi. It was fucking pretty good, actually. I can kill all those little fuckers. They're delicious. This feels like the clam before the storm, or as Gandalf would say, it's the deep breath before the plunge. Hold me, Papa Pickle, we're gonna run so hard. But which way? No, I've never had fugu. I don't think you can get that here. I also wouldn't fucking eat it. That just seems stupid. No, we were like discussing earlier how we'd love to see volume under 3 million today. And it looks like we might. And then Gaff was like, "No, we're definitely going over 3 million." And I was like, "Nah, we might still end up under 3." And then uh yeah, that went back and forth for like a minute. Phillips the cisfish has syphilis. That's like a little nice little tongue twister. When you do a commercial like that, it yanks people to current in the stream. I didn't do a commercial. Believe me, if I'm gonna hit the commercial button, I'm gonna let everyone know. That's just YouTube fleecing ad revenue. Overall sentiment for the day, still bullish? Yeah. Did you see me sell my calls? I have a bunch. I even have some on here. I have a bunch on here. Yeah. I have like a button that I can use to play commercials. And then I don't do it because it's stupid. Ah, I'm gonna make 10 cents. How exciting. How much money did you make that one time you did press the commercial button? Like 20K? No. Like one 10,000th of that. You can do it every time you step away to get your food. Or alternatively, just not. If I could select the commercials I play, I would play more commercials. But it doesn't like it's that's what they should do. They should have like a live auction for me playing their commercial. And then I get to choose the one that I think is the memeiest. And then I play that. Jarritos? The Mandarin one? That shit's delicious. You should make your own commercials. For what? What am I advertising? Jarritos? How much do I roll the R? Was that too much? Appropriate? Don't troll your R's. I knew the extra R rolling would make it sound dramatic, and that's what I wanted. I wanted to instill the childlike excitement of cracking open a fresh Jarritos, you know, on a hot summer day. I feel like my culture just got appropriated, and I'm not even Spanish. I'm like 5% Spanish, so my great grandmother was from Barcelona. Yeah, great. Yeah, one of those. Please no. Nailed it. It's great when you're just part everything. Gherk's trash tilapia. I'm surprised that's not someone's screen name already, honestly. Gherk's name is Encarnacion. Well, he said Spanish, so. Gherk is Albanian? I don't know if I am. I don't think so. Gherk has been Persian all along. 5% Spanish is actually 7.25 when accounting for inflation. Yeah, but that's transitory. Should all of us poors grab 23andMe now that it's under $3? Why not just wait for it to be like 50 cents? Bobby's about to go red. It's holding 669. Did you just look at yourself in the stream playback on your other monitor all day? No, I usually have my brokerage open over it. I have to close like a bunch of windows to see the OBS. If I could see myself all day on OBS, I'd probably make a lot more ridiculous faces, so I think it's best I don't do that. Hold on. I think this motherfucker just picked my tea up. Oh, son of a bitch is here. Wait, hold on. I don't want the fucking door guy drinking my tea. I'll be right back. But I'm not FTDing anything. Relax. Who knows, Oscar? BBBY breaking $10 is going to be very difficult, but it's definitely not fucking doing it today. Everyone needs to calm their tits. Ah. I think my air conditioner just turned on. I got Thai tea, like iced tea. I think we're gonna break 3 million, but just barely. I I mean, we only need what, like 8,000 more volume? 80,000 more volume. How are you gonna manage your $500 calls? Sell those first once the price runs up? Yeah, probably sell them right away. I'm not really super concerned with them. As soon as it's worth it. Your Renko chart from last night looks like a picture perfect signal of strength, and with OPEX here, I think it looks good. Thoughts? Yeah. Yeah, that's why I spent 6 figures on calls, because I was bullish. Oh, they dropping the bullish articles about GameStop? It's time. Need that FOMO to pump up IV, right? Same like me buying 6 calls at 3 different strikes. Yeah. Already down 20% on my calls because I bought them when we were up 6% today. Don't worry, turd. In a couple days, 140 is going to be a million miles away. Should we be worried about high ETF numbers, or does buzz at others don't engage in creation redemption process? Does anyone know? What do you mean by the high ETF numbers? They all engage in creation and redemption. It's like part of how an ETF functions. A million miles, same like $50. Yeah. I thought you were stuck in the lobby. I remember my question. When two purple buttholes link together, is that the infinity pool? Yeah. I thought that was like a meme already, isn't it? Somebody should make that meme. But PG 13. No problem, Rusty. With the THX sound when they touch. One of my favorite options YOLOs are options YOLOs specifically designed to clear tax obligations. Well done, OG Rules. Well done. Pizza crust. You can't have both, Rocket Mang. The perfect self-adjusting halt does not, well, doesn't really exist. Oh boy, Hacksaw, did they rope you in too? Well, the beauty of the obligations, SN the numbers, is that every time they do this, they create new ones. So every OPEX begets OPEX, which begets Another OPEX. So trapped, profitable, same thing. OPEXs or opexities. Opexities for the Greek. No halt into close. Look, GameStop has decided to not even go to 3 million. It's just at 2.100 or 10 2.1000,000. Awesome. Now it's at 3 million. I know it does. But it's fun to fuck around, right? Will the cycles be less profitable post-split? If they split? Gaff said over 3 million. He thought we were going way over 3 million. But we're just like right at 3 million. This is still good. Sorry, I was like 1,000 volume off. It goes from 2.99 to 2.10. So it's displaying 2 million plus, right? But it's displaying this as a decimal for some reason. So it goes from like 0.99 to 0.100. Can we see your hair? Sometimes when I take my hat off. Oh, dude, I already got band-aids on the nips. They're ready to go. I'm not gonna get chafed. I don't have a fucking ponytail. I don't need you misinforming people. All right, Kirk's alarm clock. I could probably have a man bun. I don't know how to make one. Gherk man buns, I'm out. Any chance of after hours price action? Sure. He has a bitch in ponytail. What are you hiding under that hat? Pictures of my own penis. Ding ding. And the day is done. 3.12 million volume. Closing price at 140.28. Looks good. I think everything we wanted to see out of the day. Close above 140 is really nice too. Some decent volume into close. I think pretty much most of our day tracks with the SPY, with the exception of like the last few minutes. We kind of took off here and the SPY dropped like a rock. So I still don't think we saw much outside of active fund pressure except for the shorting. We saw a pretty big spike of shorting here, a little bit here, and then a little bit here off after that call sell-off. I think FTDs today were mostly minimal. I don't think we saw a lot of significant price action after OPEX ended, or after CNS ended. So everything looks good. Nice setup for tomorrow, and that tomorrow's the T+2 day. And then, you know, we're gonna have that additional gamma exposure compounded over tomorrow too. So not only do we have the gamma exposure from last Friday of like $250 million, but we're gonna have additional gamma exposure from this $5 increase, depending on what NAV GEX ended up at today. Lots of call buying out of the money, mostly farther dated, some weeklies, unfortunately, but you know the effects of that'll be felt probably on Friday. So I think all in all, perfect scenario for the setup for tomorrow, into the middle of the week. We're above gamma neutral. We already have compounding gamma imbalance on the market maker side. We have yet to see the ETF covering from the obligations or futures covering for that matter. So I think we'll continue to see that play out through the rest of the week, and hopefully we'll see a rise in Gamma Max tomorrow with all the out of the money call buying that went down today. Are you nervous about how beautiful this is set up? I mean, I bought calls, I'm ready. If it goes up, awesome. If it goes down, whatever. I think we'll see internalization climb today. Too early to tell right now, but yeah, I think we'll see internalization rise. Or, well, utilization rise. Would you say things are getting Gexy? I'm keeping my sentiment constrained until we run. And then we'll see how hot this shirt gets. You know what I mean? All right, guys. Have a good night. I'll see you in the morning. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.